wow. Radio wow, Kayame, Kerulao, Coco Paneto. I walk a man at your wow, Kayame, Kerulao.
Omonomba Nedo, Ukwakwalo Polo, Ewai II, Oba of Benin, performing during the 2025 Ododua Festival. Ododua Festival is unique as it was organized in honor of Ioba Omoni Hwoyeme, Ioba Ewai II, as part of activities for her burial rites. The rich traditions and cultural heritage of the Benin Kingdom was showcased when His Royal Majesty Ewai II engaged the floor to perform during Uge Ododua in the palace ground in Benin City. In the dance performance, the Ogbelaka royal drummers supplied the needed impetus and rhythm for the dance. However, tributes are paid by the head of Benin deities to the monarch, who was the cynosure at the events. The event can best be imagined as the spiritual rejuvenation, stunned, spectaculars and guests at the colorful ceremony. 7 masquerades representing 7 spirits and deities conveyed different meaning in company with the head of the deities of Benin, with the Oba of Benin, who exhibited a grand cultural dexterity in his dance steps.
ITV, certainly the best.
a beautiful experience to have you join us on the program Heritage. My name is Precious Fortune, and of course, you know how we get to do it on this program, where we get to take you around different cultural experiences, dance, celebrations, festivals, and all of that. And today is no exception. Well, today we're going to be looking at something quite unique. We're going to be looking at the Igede dance of Benue State. Now, that dance, everything about that dance, the steps, the rhythm, the musical instruments, everything is spectacular. Let's go take a look.
The Igede dance is a popular and vibrant cultural performance of the Igede people of Benue State, Nigeria. It is often associated with the Igede Agba Festival, a major cultural celebration that showcases the heritage and identity of the people. The Igede people trace their ancestry to Sabongida Ora in Edo State, from where they migrated centuries ago under the leadership of a figure named Agba, before settling in present-day Benue State. The dance derives its name from the legendary founder, Agba, who was said to be a renowned native doctor. According to tradition, he was deeply connected to a musical instrument called Igede, from which the people and eventually the dance got its name. The Igede dance is a high-energy, expressive performance Typically showcased during the Igede Agbanuyum festival, it is performed to honor the ancestors, celebrate a bountiful harvest, and demonstrate strength, unity, and cultural pride. Though it can be performed at other times, it is most prominent during festive seasons. characterized by fast-paced rhythms and dynamic movements. The dance is a spectacle of color and tradition. Dancers adorn themselves in striking traditional attire, often in shades of blue, white, and black, creating a visually captivating performance that reflects the richness of Igede culture.
Igede dance of Benue State, and that dance was really an amazing one. Everything about the dance is beautiful. I hope you enjoyed all of that. Well, do join us next time, of course, same station, for another episode of Heritage. In the meantime, have yourself a productive week. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Well, it's safe to say that the political season in Nigeria is currently politicking, from Gale of Defections down to conventions, national conventions being held over the weekend, and also to screening of nominees of those who purchase nomination forms from the ruling party. There's actually a lot of things to talk about today on the show. Hello everyone, welcome on board. This is This Morning on ITV right here in Edo State, Nigeria. I am Anuluwakbo Stevens. Now for the next 3 hours, it's going to be a whole lot of conversation surrounding politicking and politics in Nigeria, and also delve into entertainment to see what trended all over social media over the weekend. This was quite an interesting and beautiful one. Welcome on board. I have my colleague joining live this morning from Lagos, Nigeria. I have Mercy Elena Unko. Good morning, Mercy. Good to see you. How was your weekend?
Beautiful morning to you, and good to see you too. My weekend was great. It's a beautiful Monday here in Lagos, and trust you're good as well.
Yes, I am perfect by the grace of God. Thank you so much for asking. Now, one of the major things that happened over the weekend was the national convention that was held in Abuja on one side, and also in Bauchi from the SDP and also the NDC. As a faction of the Social Democratic Party, SDP held a national convention in Bauchi on May 9th, 2026, electing Sadiq Gombe as national chairman and adopting Adewale Adebayo as their 2027 presidential candidate. Now, the event themed Building a People's Coalition aimed to position the party for the 2027 elections. However, the incumbent chairman of the party, Shehu Gambari, the convention and called it illegitimate. Now let's also talk about the one that happened with the NDC, that's the Nigeria Democratic Congress, as they held its inaugural national convention in Abuja on May 9th, 2026, officially zoning its 2027 presidential ticket to the southern Nigeria for a single 4-year term, and that was like the major highlight of the convention in Abuja on Saturday, with an automatic rotation to the north in 2031. Now, the convention saw high-profile attendance, including Peter Obi and Rabiu Kwankwaso, and focused on restructuring and, of course, preparing for the 2027 election. So many things to talk about this morning, but I would love to have what you have been observing so far from both parties.
Okay, I would always say, if we look at what have been happening a couple of days coming, we saw the defection, Obi and Kwankwaso defected to the ADC and all of that. That is also going to be our main focus, our main conversation today from Lagos, the NDC convention and the battle for 2027. You know, all this still boils down to 2027 forthcoming election, opposition movement, or just another political alliance. So we saw that the NDC had their first convention in Abuja, and the presidential ticket was zoned to the southern Nigeria. And a lot of persons have been saying, does this give Peter Obi the chance, you know, to get the presidential ticket? And we also saw where the NDC chairman said that their party is open for anybody that is willing to get the, you know, the ticket. He also made mention that their party, which is the NDC, do not have any court case, and unlike other parties, according to him, that they do not have any court case and all of that. And we've been seeing a couple of the factions lately. We've been seeing that NDC is becoming one, should I say the strong opposition, is attracted to the NDC, and now we are seeing that NDC is already becoming a strong opposition party against the ruling party. So basically today from Lagos, we would be having an obedience, you know, who would come help us talk about this whole thing. You know, this obedience saying that wherever Obi goes, we go. I mean, it used to be in Labour Party. He moved to the ADC with Peter Obi, and now Peter Obi is defected to NDC and is moving with him. So I know when we have him today, he would have a lot to tell us about this all obedient stuff. So basically from Lagos today, we're still going to be talking about the NDC convention and the battle for 2027, though the president started chance for the forthcoming 2027 election.
Interesting. Well, speaking about the obedience movement, I remember seeing in the news a certain person claiming he is the chairman, he is the one who originated obedience movement and had to change the I to an E. So it's safe to say that the obedient movement at this point are not even speaking in unison. But back here in Edo State, Nigeria, I have joining me now Dr. Sonny Duko Kosu, and we're also going to, lay more emphasis on update and highlight from the convention that went down in Abuja on Saturday with the NDC. One of the major takeouts is the 2027 zoning decision that the party has formally zoned to the party presidential ticket down to the southern region. And I remember listening to one of the chieftain, and he said it's for national unity because right now it is the turn of the South, and we already have a southern president in the person of Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So what they intend on doing is to complete the tenure of the South by having, that warrant tenure given to them and move over down to the northern part of the country. Interestingly, I also did see that Rabiu Kwankwaso is actually supporting it. Now, this was the same man who also had intention of running for president in Nigeria, but it seems they have this collective unison, and then they are agreeing to so many things. But at the end of the day, would it work? What if Peter Obi gets into the place and says, you know what, how about we go for another term? We've seen it happen. I mean,
politicians and deception, some politicians and deceptions are not being truthful. They are 5 and 6. But it's a wait and see game. I want to believe that the person of Peter Obi, if he gets the presidential ticket from the NDC, and I believe he will, because the truth of the matter is that when you look at the circumstances surrounding their defection from the ADC to the NDC, it was very clear that ultimately Atiku Abubakar will emerge the presidential candidate of the ADC. I remember Senator Victor Ume, who has also left the ADC now to move to the NDC, saying that there were forces on the ground that would ensure that Atiku Abubakar emerges as a presidential candidate.
I wonder what kind of forces that is.
That's a matter for another day. Emerges as a presidential candidate for the ADC. And so based on that, and then you also have an overhang of several layers of court cases. And so they just felt that it was time to move to the NDC. And I think that INEC registration of the NDC is backed by a court of competent jurisdiction. And that has given some level of legality and a good foundation for the party. And I'm sure those who have been working as moles in the PDP, whether overtly or covertly in the PDP, in the ADC, and all other parties, they didn't see the NDC coming. It took them by surprise. And ultimately, we're going to see a Peter Obi, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso joint ticket. Don't forget that we've also seen movement of members of the House of Representatives from their respective political parties to the NDC. The same thing for the Senate. Right now, the NDC has more senators than even the PDP in the Senate right now. So it shows you the level of acceptance and the momentum that this whole movement is gathering. But I think let's get Dr. Dan Ikaranfo is our guest reviewer every Monday on the show. Let's just link up with him and get his perspective on this as we take a look at the papers review segment before we bring in our first guest on the show. Dr. Dan, good to have you on this segment of the program. All right, let's get your take on some of these developments in the build up to 2027. Someone said the forces who are out there want to make sure that there is no major opposition or a major contestation for the presidency election. They didn't see the NDC coming. Is that true for you and with you?
The ruling party by storm. Everywhere Peter Obi went, from his days in Labour Party, all the court cases orchestrated down to the current ADC, they were all traps set by the ruling party to whittle down their influence and prevent a united force against the ruling party. For them to come up with this strategy of moving to NDC and Peter Obi and Kwankwaso agreeing to work together is a master stroke, if I will tell you. Because for those who understand the politics of this country, the ruling party understand the strategy to manage some of the other opposition key figures, but they are always worried about how to handle Peter Obi. This is because a large number of Nigerian youths have this affinity and feelings for Peter Obi, that he is one man that can produce the kind of leadership we want in this country. On the basis of that, the level of followership is very strong. So all that the ruling party has been trying to do is to try and see how they can whittle down the capacity of the opposition to come together to feed a united force. As it appears, the greatest force the ruling party is going to face in this election will be the combination of Obi and Kwankwaso in this election. But I know as the days come by, you're going to see a lot of activities, litigations, all targeted at reducing their influence. But you can be rest assured the greatest opposition the ruling party will face in this coming election will be that of NDC.
Absolutely. Now, let's quickly kickstart with the Daily Sun newspaper this morning, and let's see what the Daily Sun have in stock for us today. As interestingly, it's leading with party politics, as it says, tension in APC, ADC, NDC, PDP as membership list submission ends. Subwriter says zones presidency to South, fasten action on state police, Middle Belt Forum advises. Well, away from that, escalating vandalism, diesel theft threaten 3 trillion naira telecom assets. Well, still on the Daily Sun this morning, gunmen kill police, 14 others abduct 5 in Plateau communities. IPOB holds Biafra Heroes Remembrance Day, May 30th. On page 29, you get details of that story. JAM stakeholders to decide 2026 admission guidelines today. And finally, on the Daily Sun, NDC zeroes in on Obi Kwankwaso tickets. Subwriter says Jonathan, okay, not sure what that is saying there, but that's all we have this morning on the Daily Sun newspaper. I'll love you, Dr. Dan, to react to the headline as regards JAM. It says JAM stakeholders to decide 2026 admission guidelines today. What's coming out from JAM today?
The benchmark set for the minimum requirement that universities, polytechnics, and colleges of education and monotechnics can use in admitting students into their various institutions. So this meeting is the usual one. It provides a platform where authorities of these various institutions can negotiate with JAM or what should be the minimum benchmark for admission. So it is after this meeting we hear, oh, for you to be admitted to any Nigerian university, the minimum you will score is XYZ. The same thing for polytechnic. It's a usual policy direction in terms of admission into the university system.
We'll turn our attention now to the Nation newspaper, and it's leading with politics, as it says, suspends at Fubara, Uzodinma, others await screening results. Subwriter says APC gears up for commencement of primaries Friday. Governor Zulum not in Senate race. That's also another subwriter. You want to react to this real quickly, Dr. Dan?
Wiki and the presidency as to what tenor, how many tenor the Obara-led government should have. So people are afraid that if the presidency decide to allow it goes, it means it's an invitation to another crisis in Rivers State. As for Uzodinma, it is one of those ambitious craze on the part of the Nigerian political class. This is a man who has over a year plus to serve as governor of Imo State. He has not finished that tenure. He's already thinking of becoming a senator. And the stories that are flying around is that the man intends to contest for the Senate presidency. Tomorrow is in God's hand, and the man who has today has not utilized the best of today. He's already thinking of another day. The position given to him as governor, to what extent has it served the people of Imo State? What dividends has it brought to the table? What is the level of governance? Will the people say, oh, this is the best governor we've had over the years? But as you know, the political class are not concerned about the common good. So it's not about ego. If he can come in with his influence with the president, he may get a principal position in the Senate. But the question is, as governor, what have you done? If you did not utilize the resources of the state to the best of the interests of the citizens of the state, is even a senator that you will do more? It's one of those things you see with us. However, when you hear that the party is keeping their screening in place, I think they probably waiting for a directive from the presidency, either they should be cleared or not. That should be the primary reason why there is suspense on their screening. Because if you clear them to contest, it's an invitation to another round of crisis. And now that you have a strong opposition coming up, you cannot afford to create crisis in your party. If you do, the likelihood is that you may not have the best of performance in those states.
Next, and it's leading with another major headline that says Serap to federal government probe 26.9 billion naira missing telecom fund now. That's the major headline this morning on the First Daily newspaper. But away from that, it says 2027 Uzodinma enters Imo West Senate race. And just because of the time, let's round up with this one that says police discipline officer caught in viral Ekiti misconduct video. Dr. Dan, I'd love you to react to the major headline that says Serap to federal government probe 26.9 billion naira missing telecom fund. What's going on?
We wake up without hearing stories that there is missing fund. A panel has been set up to unravel that. From 2015 to date, if you put the figures together, it's running to trillions of naira. So the previous ones you've heard about, government set up a panel to unravel A, B, C, D missing fund. Have you ever heard that a concrete result has been presented to government regarding such missing funds? It is one of those things that you see with the system. It's a case of people who sit down and say, if you do this, a panel will be set up. You will never hear anything about those panels. It's a sad tale about our political development.
Okay. Now, the Guardian newspaper is leading with this headline that says power crisis defies 300% tariff hike as consumer pays more for less. That's on page 6. And just real quickly, Fubara keeps mom on re-election drama as APC screens candidate on page 3. Civilians feared dead and fresh airstrike targeting bandits in Niger on page 3 as well. Dr. Dan, what is going on with the power situation in the country? Last week we saw that we interestingly now have a new power minister designate in the person of Mr. Joseph Tegbe, and he did say that within the next 100 days in office he's going to fix the power situation in Nigeria.
Rhetorics.
That in the event leading to the 2015 elections, the rhetoric from the campaign was that in 6 months, APC will fix the power situation in the country. For me, the best the party has achieved is the fact that they've been able to liberalize the power sector by giving opportunity to state governors to run their own independent power plants. That is the best that has come out of this government in terms of the power situation. But the reality is that the situation is getting worse by the day. Check all over the country, power situation is getting worse. People are resorting to solar, other alternative sources of energy. So you are providing less and you are increasing tariff. What type of result are you going to get from that? You're going to have a situation where citizens will continue to protest against the power sector operators because they are not getting the best. There are areas where for 2, 3 weeks, 6 months, they don't have access to light. You can imagine those who rely on public power supply for their businesses. What is their fate? I am asking this question. What will it take a state governor to set up a power plant. How many years will it take to build a power plant, roll out energy, such that you can have stable power supply? If you have stable power supply, businesses in those areas will thrive, investors will come into your state, but they are not taking in this direction. And the reason is because people want quick results that will benefit them, not the generality of their citizens. This is the reason why we are where we are. Or until we start asking questions and the citizens themselves demand real accountability from government in terms of how to solve the power sector problem, this conversation will continue again and again and will not get anything out of it. Thank you.
Dr. Dan, if you can hear me. Now let's finally round up with the Vanguard newspaper leading with a funny headline. It says 2027 presidency, Jonathan's declaration sparks stir. Subwriter says 9 northern groups jostle to buy nomination form for ex-president Goodluck Jonathan. He must have weighed in his chances. Afenifere speaking. Stay away from today's dirty politics. MBF advises Jonathan. Jonathan's return may overheat polity. Who is speaking? Can. It will be catastrophe, misadventure if Jonathan runs. Okori has that to say. What do you make out of this? We saw a certain group who went to Jonathan's residence in Abuja pleading that he comes save Nigeria by running again. Do you think that would even happen? And should he even dare is the question.
A qualification to run. That is an aside. But I was discussing with a friend in the office that I feel it is the presidency that is asking Jonathan to run. Why did I say this? The Jonathan will understood clearly why he was president, what it took him to contest the 2 elections and the outcome. Now that he's in opposition without controlling the machinery of governance, and he wants to contest election. He was president where all the minds were under his control. He had the capacity to do certain manipulations. He did not choose that route. Now he wants to contest. I just feel it is 30 persons in the presidency that are asking him to run so that you will not have a situation. If you look down south, you're going to have a cacophony of candidates, Peter Obi block. From the southeast, some persons will vote for him, some will go for Jonathan. The southwest will go M block for Tinubu. South will be divided into pieces. And if he's able to form alliance with states in the north, north central and not the rest, Tinubu will have a smooth state. So the idea is that if Jonathan comes into the picture, you are going to have fragmented opposition against the ruling party. I feel it is the presidency that is driving this. The Jonathan, is a gentleman who may not be ready to put his hand-earned money into a system that is not sure whether it's going to win. That is my thinking.
Many. Anyway, that's a matter for another day. Dr. Da, I want to thank you so much for your time with us on the newspaper review segment. I'm sure it's a wait-and-see game as we observe as the things that we're seeing today unfold. I'm sure there are many more things that will come out in the days to come in the build up to 2027. Thank you so much for your time. It's the TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short break now. We'll have our first guest on the show. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Let's get our conversation started from our Benin network studio on environmental protection and the need for us to remove illegal structures. And the man who has been in charge trying to ensure that illegal structures are cleared in order for us to have a cleaner, healthier, conserved environment, beautiful environment, is the Edo State Chairman on the Committee for the Protection of Public Properties, Honorable Eugene Okolese, is our guest here on the show today. Thank you for coming on the program.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Sonny.
All right, let's quickly talk about, we have this incidence of people building illegal structures at different parts of the state. To what extent have you been able to assess the situation, and what has been done to ensure these illegal structures are cleared?
Yeah, we've been doing a lot as far as Edo State is concerned. Like you saw, was it just last week here, where the water we were trying to clear it. If you go to most of these structures that is being built by the all these houses from the north, it's one of the greatest problems we are facing in Benin, that they'll just sit down, look for a place, clear it, and start building structures. At times they encroach into our properties. They, like in the situation where they go and remove schools, the zinc from the schools, they will use it to build their own structure without thinking of what will happen to them. Like the people who are building on the moat, we'll be doing our best, and we're trying to equally educate our people to tell them because already Edo State has a new law concerning illegal structures. Okay. If you encroach into Edo State property or you build a structure in the area where you're not supposed to build, there are penalties. Like the new law, there are some areas where you will be penalized for 3 years without option of fine.
That's good. You'll be imprisoned?
Yes, you'll be imprisoned. Yeah. Okay. There are penalties for it. Okay. But we've been trying to educate our people, because ignorance is not an excuse in law. We try to talk to them. Like the moat, we'll be trying to clear the moat. If you can see a situation where some Okaigele, they go and build on the moat, cover the moat, sell it, but we'll still tell them, like most of your issues that will resolve in our office, we'll tell them, give them the way they cover it, they'll go and use their own excavator to reopen it. But even when you open it, by opening it, must have defeated the reason for the moat, because moat actually acts as a dual capacity. Okay. One, it acts as a tourist, supposed to act as a tourist center. Okay. The secondly is equally, used for erosion control. But our people, they don't care. They just wake up in the morning. Hence, they've said there are some areas where people who have sold everything, all the lands in their place, or they have in their communities. They'll just wake up in the morning and start, covering the moat and be selling them.
All right, you said something about many of these illegal structures are being built by, people from the Hausa, Fulani people coming into this part of the country. Yes. But I take, for example, the power line at Itite, which you cleared, your committee cleared. When you look at that stretch of land, it's massive, it's huge. Is it possible that these people will just come on their own volition and take on? No. Don't you have people who are behind some of this?
That's why I mentioned the Okaigele. Yes. They are the one giving them, like the one at the back of Winners Chapel now. Yes. We've just sent them a letter of evacuation on Friday. We've given them 14 days. We've given them 14 days. If it is the Okaigele that the Okaigele from those places that give them, that sell all these areas for them to occupy. Now, it's the right that is at home that tells the right outside to come and do this thing, that nothing will happen. All this time, there was no punitive measure. Nobody was, using any law against them. Yeah. They just feel that they can connive with anybody to go and build in our NEPA line. But and most of these areas, that is where they keep all these criminals that you see. They live in those areas. Like, we've invited all the House, their chairmen. We've invited them. We've spoken to them, and we give them an ultimatum to evacuate all those areas. We have not, whether they like it or not. If you like, whoever give it to them, whether they like it or not, by next week you see the actions we are going to be taking on them.
Okay. I'm concerned, a place like, I'm trying to remember, and I think it's off Obakawai, behind Tayakpata Primary School. There's a story about I think you mentioned it a while ago, the story about the roof, the red roof of the primary school. They were pulled out and used to construct their makeshift arrangement. Have you been able to, don't you think it would be right, those who are giving out these lands to these people without approval, don't you think it would be right for such people to be prosecuted?
Yeah, we, like I was trying to tell you just now, it's not as business as usual. Like before now, there was no law backing the committee.
Okay.
But now we now have a new law from the House of Assembly.
Okay.
We have and before it was a task force, but now it's now a committee made up of 4 agencies. We have beauty control, we have GIS. These are professionals.
Okay.
We have police, then we have judiciary. Now, when we arrest them, they are professionals to determine, okay, actually whether these people committed an offense or not. If they are found wanting, it's straight to the court. And that's why I said just now that there are penalty measures and there are some areas where that if you are found wanting, it's about 3 years imprisonment. So it's not that we don't come on the air every day to be telling you that we are prosecuting this and that, but we have a lot of them that are the verge of being prosecuted and a lot of them in the court already.
How would you describe the impact of this exercise in mopping up these areas where you have illegal structures? How would you describe the impact on the environment?
Bros, what it has caused is causing a lot of havoc to the environment. Because if you look at it now, if you go to the moat in Lagos streets, that's supposed to be the heart of Benin. If you pass that place in the afternoon, you see a lot of criminals, a lot of people who are rejected from their own state, living in the capital, the way they live. Some they don't put on clothes. They sell drugs in those areas. It's causing a lot of havoc as far as the city is concerned. And we are trying to. I want to assure you that, to a large extent, we are trying to clean up the place. We're going to clean up. Like if I live here and I'm going straight to that area, I told you that we have given evacuation notice to. And we'll continue to give and we'll continue to clean the area.
Okay, let me take you on one point.
Yes.
You give evacuation notice.
Yes.
In most cases, it looks like these evacuation notices are not complied with, because eventually you still move, your equipment there to dislodge everybody and maybe, scatter those properties and stuff like that. How does that sound?
Yeah, if you give evacuation, that is why, one of the reasons why you give evacuation notice is to enable them look for an alternative mix.
Okay.
Okay, you are here, because these things, they have procedures. You can't just go there now to start, demolishing their structure without giving out evacuation notice. When you give evacuation, if they refuse to move, you force them to move, and you'll be made to pay for the cost of the machines. So it's not, it has an adverse effect on them. If you give them evacuation notice, it's not that some of them are very stubborn. When you tell them to move, they will tell you that they're not moving. Rather of them to be thinking of how to move, they will be coming to your office to beg you to say, okay, please help me out. And these things are not just something that I alone can say, okay, sit down in that place. If I will give out evacuation notice, it's something we discuss in our office. We sit down, we'll look at it to say all the agencies that are involved, okay, this place we are going to remove them. They are causing havoc to the town.
You talked about the primary school that was vandalized.
Yes.
The roof, has it been rebuilt, or, the roof has been left like that? What has become of that primary school?
Yeah, well, one of the agreements we had, like I told you, we work with their leaders.
Okay.
They told us that they were going to roof it for us. They've taken their contractors there, according to what they told me on Thursday last week, because we met last week Thursday and we are meeting again tomorrow. A committee was set up between the government and the leaders of the houses in town. They are sure that they are going to do it. They've taken their contractor there. They have gone to value what it will cost for them to do it, and they have told us to give them this week. By the end of this week, if they fail to do it, we know what to do to their leaders, because their leaders are the one speaking for them. They are the one, they are the one speaking for the people, the Hausa people.
What structure do you have on the ground to prevent these things happening at all? Because it looks like once it has happened, and it's like, the damage has been done. We're trying to control that damage. What structure do you have on ground to prevent these things from happening?
Yeah, we like in our office, we have a rapid response. We have in each of the local government, we have members of our our committee, about five of them in each of the local government. They try to reach out to all the like the house quarters. They speak to, they reach out to them. We equally have people who speak with all these localities like the Okaigeles and the rest of them. So we have structures in all the local government that we equally have our booklet that we share to them, leaflet that we reach out to, we share to them, educating them on what it will cost, what it might be, the effect it will have on the communities and the state if you decide to be vandalizing all these things or decide to build in the wrong place where you're not supposed to build on.
Okay, fantastic. Honorable Eugene Okolis, I want to thank you for coming on the program.
Thank you very much.
I'm sure we'll have you here again to engage some more issues as time permits us, as we look at, you know, efforts being made to have a cleaner, healthier environment. Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's still TMI on the ITV network. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with you for more. Please stay. Thanks again for joining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. I've got with me here Reverend Phil Aroche. Reverend Phil is a public affairs analyst. He's also the senior pastor of This Spring Gospel Church International. Thank you again for coming on the program.
Thank you. Good morning.
It's been a while. You look good.
Yeah, thank you. Just going on with the gospel.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Well, we're not talking about the gospel now, but let's talk about politics. I mean, you've been very active politically in terms of mobilization, in terms of analyzing issues just to help, you know, our people have a better understanding of what is going on. But today, we are at that crossroad where the dichotomy of Nigeria between North and South, Muslims and Christians, and then, of course, regional politics, everything is playing out. But what has been most dominant is the concerns that Nigeria was literally headed towards a one-party state in the build-up to 2027. Were you bothered in any way over these concerns?
Yes, thank you very much. Really was bothered, but not to a tipping point, because the reason is the politicians do not actually have strong different political ideologies. So irrespective of the political party that they belong, I think it has to do with the policy or the mindset of whoever occupies that office. Political party structure has been reduced to a vehicle. So irrespective of the political party you are into, it's just a vehicle that will take you through the election and all the rest. If Nigeria has the option of independent candidacy, maybe the level of which politicians move from one political party to the other would have reduced. Apart from very few politicians in this country at every level, I think everybody has moved. The very few who have not moved have had to change name or merge with an existing political party. Everybody has moved, so nobody should be mocked for moving. Don't mock Atiku, don't mock Obi for moving. In 1999, I think the president was in AD, Alliance for Democracy. Later, that party became AC, Action Congress. That's when it came to Edo State. 2007, when the Comrade contested. Comrade contested and won under EC. And then that party became ACN. And then that party now merged with CPC. That ACN merged with CPC and one other political party to form what we have as APC today. So they have moved, merged or changed names.
So it's a way of life.
Yes. Obi had moved from ABGA to PDP, from PDP to Labour, from Labour to ADC, ADC now to NDC. He has been moving. Atiku also have been moving. So all of them have been moving. What I said a few months back was that the president had the upper hand And if you ask me, as of today, if you are to conduct election in the country today, the president will still have the upper hand, because the indices that we have on ground has not changed. In 2023, the 2023 general election, we had the president standing, we had Kwankwaso, we had Atiku, we had Obi. The result of Obi, Kwankwaso, and Atiku combined together is far more than the result of the president. If these three factors, these three candidates do not come together and see whether they can gather those votes they had in their three political parties and see if they can use to defeat the president, there's no way they can defeat the president. Atiku will still take his 7 million votes. Obi will take his 6 million votes. Kwankwaso, if he merge with him, will add his 1.something million votes. The president will still have his 8 million. So there's no way they are going to defeat him. And politicians talking about one-party state, you cannot remove a democratically elected president by shouting. The only way to remove him is through the ballot. And if you have not been able to put yourself together to form a formidable opposition to see how you can remove him, then don't blame the president. Because like they say, all is so fair in war. In politics, it's not about us as it is. It's about their personal interests. That's why they are moving from one place to the other, looking for how to get people to work with them. But let me advise Nigerians, especially Edo people. We would not want a repeat of what happened in 2023 to happen now. What do I mean a repeat of what happened in 2023? Where people were thrown up, they won elections on the bandwagon of the obedient movement.
Yeah.
And we didn't know them. And they never responded to us after that. That shouldn't happen. Across the nation, we had people who were not known. I don't want to say Keke Rider and all the rest. Anybody can contest for as long as you're qualified. But they never campaigned. They never met with the people. They didn't have their own policy. But because of the obedient movement, the Labour Party, they all moved. So the result of what we have is that as soon as they got into the position, they all began to defer to one political party. I don't know, apart from the governor of Abia State, Alex Otti, I don't know of any Labour Party person that is still standing in the Labour Party. And if they think Nigerians should now still do the same bandwagon to NDC, then they are making a mistake. In any case, we have not been consulted.
Okay.
You didn't consult us before moving, so don't expect that we'll just be people will be moving like that with you. No.
Okay, are you saying that the obedient movement effect that we saw in the last election has dwindled today?
Oh, completely dwindled. And
so if you say it has dwindled, how come we've seen mass defections even in the House of Representatives,
yes,
where a lot of people are going to NDC, as it were?
Yes, this is because of interest. I'm sure the political party, of course, Labour Party is gone, PDP is gone, NDC has cases in court. I mean, ADC has cases in court. We don't even know who the authentic leader is. Same for PDP. The reason they are moving, they are looking for a political party that has no baggage, where they can get tickets. The Obi factor is there, but where they can get tickets for their own interests. But I'm warning Nigerians and warning Edo people, we cannot vote or elect people on the basis of one movement. Because the people who went there before, they've all abandoned that project and abandoned the people who elected them. We are people who were elected in this state on the platform of Labour Party who never campaigned, and we didn't know them. And as of today, they never touched the life of the people. So that same bandwagon effect cannot happen, and Nigerians should not fall for it. Edo people should not fall for it.
Okay.
Relate with people that you can hold accountable,
yes,
that you know.
Yes.
Not any godfather sponsoring anybody. No. I can boldly say as of today, to the best of my knowledge, that the current governor of Edo State, my knowledge, I stand to be corrected, does not have a godfather. And we should have level playing ground for everybody. Nobody should be sponsoring anybody either by proxy or directly into our state. Or
if you say that, what do you make of this issue that is brewing? Not even brewing. I mean, it's dominating discussions. The issue of consensus, which is being turned into people being anointed before they can get, tickets of their parties?
It's a family affair. It's a family affair. To the best of my knowledge, there is no political party that has anointing to anoint people. If you want anointing, come and meet us in church. We'll anoint you. We are the one that are empowered to anoint people, not politicians.
No, you said it's it's a party affair.
It's a family affair.
It's a family affair. So
PDP used to say it's
nobody should be concerned.
So in APC,
yes,
they have that arrangement.
Consensus.
Consensus. And the rule is that all the candidates who aspire, so all the aspirants for that position should agree. And I think there should even be a written document to say we have all agreed that this man should be our consensus candidate, and therefore there will be no primaries. Where they refuse to agree, I think the rule also allows them to go for primaries.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I think the party adopted that to reduce rancor or crisis and all the rest. In Lagos State, I think that has practically worked hard for them. I followed the news from the deputy governor meeting with the people in Lagos, the governor introducing him, then the GAC, the governor advisory council. Yes, after they met, they now took Honorable Hamzat, or His Excellency Hamzat, Kadri Hamzat, to Abuja to see the president. And in Aso Rock, the chairman of the GAC addressed the president. I know man should be in his 90s or early 90s or late 90s. Addressed the press and said, "This is our consensus."
So what
if there's no
issue? Yes,
it's better.
Okay, what do you make of the feeling that this may just be a smoke screen for some, or a platform where some real quality persons from having access to elective position?
Fine. That's why I talked about having a formidable opposition. Like I mentioned earlier, Obi on the ballot, Atiku on the ballot, you cannot defeat the president. It's not possible, because you are still going to share the opposition vote. Let the opposition come together. If you are not happy with what APC is doing with their consensus candidate, opposition should come together and then bring a formidable candidate for Nigerians or for Edo people to choose from. For as long as everybody has decided to go to one place, then whatever you see there, you take it. You must agree. Because people who are coming together, either they've been there before or they defected. I mean, there was something they negotiated with. There was promises that were made before those actions were taken. So I think it's important that people also try to keep agreement, whether it's written or gentleman's agreement. But what I do not like is where one person sit down or come up and be dictating to all of us. Let's have a credible alternative where we can have candidates, not more than three. Not more than three. In all the political parties, all the political come together, no more than three candidates. If we don't take A, we'll take B. If we don't take B, we'll take C. Then people can move together. But by and large, I think that there's a need for us to check the antecedents of those in position now, the political parties in various levels, what they are doing, and see if we support them. Are we going to get more of those dividends of democracy, or can we vote them out or vote against them and see whether we can get people to work better? That's why the campaign shouldn't be, this man hasn't done well, this man. No, just tell us what you are going to do better.
So in that regard, what's your assessment of the key issues that will shape 2027? Apart from the mass movements that we've seen, from party A to party B. In some cases, it's less than 3 weeks. Yeah. One man is in one party, and in the next 2 weeks, he's in another party. You said it's an intra-party affair. Yes, you just let them be. Yes. So what are the issues in all of this that will shape 2027?
First, we look at graciously for us in Edo State, we're not having governorship election, but the House of Assembly and the National Assembly elections is going on. We look at the state of our nation. If you are to rate the performance of Mr. President in ABCD, 1/10 in the key sectors, and we can mention them, the first one is security. I can say that the president hasn't done enough in the area of security in our nation. Apart from the fact that we have relative peace around us here we can move around in Edo State. You cannot talk about that in other parts of the country, especially the northern part. I think that he needed to do more. They need to put in more action. Although I've heard from government officials that this current level of insecurity that we're having is being instigated or sponsored by opposition against the president. That was what the former government said against them. So that's what they are now saying. But I think they need to do more. On the economy, Nigerians are having the worst of times. As it stands today, the cost of living is extremely very high. But there is a promise that after some time it's going to ease off. The Minister of Finance, Coordinating Minister for Economy is changed. We have a young man now who is there. We hope it works well. But if you come to the area of education, not much crisis has been in the education sector since the president came in. You look at the area of infrastructure, that one I will give to him 80%.
SANU is on strike, NASU is on strike over issue of welfare. And you say not much crisis is in the education sector.
Not much crisis.
How do you substantiate that?
Yeah, I say not much crisis because before this current strike now, I think, what's their name? ASU.
Yes.
ASU is not on strike. Is ASU on strike? No. Is a SANU? Yes. SANU is demanding. I don't speak for them, but from what I read on the news, listen to on the news, they are asking for a certain percentage, maybe 40, 50% of whatever they are getting. They will sort that one out. For as long as I have our children in the classrooms and they are going on, those issues will be sorted out. I'm talking of a situation in the time past when the university system is completely shut down. We have had them 3 months, 6 months, 7 months in time past. They will sort that one out. But the one that impresses me the most for this current government is the one for infrastructure, especially road infrastructure. Whatever happened to our former government here and the former national government that made them to keep us in the state we had our road? Thank God for the deliverance we have today with Governor Monday Okpebholo, with the president working on roads across the nation and especially the roads within Edo State. I am 100% satisfied. I have gone on the streets on Agbo Road severally to do live video. I have interviewed drivers who were stranded on the road for 5 days on top of the flyover, the overhead bridge and Agbo Road bypass. 5 days, no movement. We have had situations like that, but as of today, it's not like that. Sapler Road is being worked on. The road to Ekpoma is being worked on, so I will give it to them. But the area of security is not good at all.
Okay.
They have
now,
not done enough.
Let me ask you this question. Would you say there is some level of harmony between resources coming to states and what states are actually doing with the resources? Because we know that the mantra of this government under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu was to remove subsidy.
Yes.
And they did remove subsidy. And he said that will make more monies available to state governments. So what's your take on this?
Yes. If you see what the state government is doing right now compared to what was done before, you will actually see the resources have been judiciously used. But the truth is that you and I don't have, maybe you have, I don't have the figures of what is coming to the state.
So which means it's opaque in terms of disclosure.
Yes, but I must also be fair to them, both at the national level, at the state level, local government level. If you received 1 billion from maybe IGR or FARC 10 years ago, 1 billion naira, and you receive 5 billion from the same source this year, please know that the 5 billion you have now does not have more value than the 1 billion you received 10 years ago. We must know that. That's the truth. Oh, they now have more money where they are not doing enough. What was the value of that little money and the more money you have now? 3 years ago, a bag of cement was sold for 4,000 naira. 2023, I saw a receipt I used in buying cement 2023. 3 years later, the same bag of cement is sold for 12,500 in Benin City. So the little money you have then could have even done more than what the much money you have now cannot do because of the value of that money. Those subsidies have been removed and you have more money for the government or for the people, but that money is not able to do enough. That's why the issue of the economy, because Nigeria has a very high rate of inflation. Even if in their own estimation, the inflation has come down in their books. But the reality on ground is that the inflation is not down. If I'm buying petrol for 1,400 naira, 1,350 a liter, that's the worst season. And nobody should bend mouth to tell me anything. For as long as it's not improving the life of the average Nigerian, they have to wake up and do something.
I want to get your perspective on this. When you look at the economic situation of Nigeria, things just keep, things are not improving. Cost of living, inflation, cost of items, products, and whatever, keeps going higher and higher. And there is no time that would ever change if you look at the indices on the ground. What's your take on why, in spite of this hardship that Nigerians experience, in spite of these economic challenges, the way things are, the election result doesn't reflect this kind of challenges? So what is it that is so unique about us, about Nigeria, about our people, that we are not able to leverage on some of these challenges to be a basis for our decision?
Do we have better alternative than what we have now? The aspirants eventually will become candidates. Who is that one person based on experience, based on hindsight, where they are coming from, that can do better than that the people will have now? People who keep referring to Obi, fine. Obi cannot win election in Nigeria as at the way things stand now if he does not have greater opposition member teaming up with him. Because election in Nigeria is not a tea party. There are 16 processes. The one you and I do is just to vote. That's only one. There are other processes that people have to man and manage. Those processes require resources, require people, and national spread. The reason why the current people will still have the upper hand is because where is the alternative that we have? The president said the other day, the security men fought me, everybody fought me, I say won. Now that I'm in charge. So that's election in Nigeria. It's cash and carry. People are hungry, so they mobilize them, give them money, and they vote for them, and that's what it is. And unfortunately, we don't have, the option is not there, sir. The option is not there because the people who are saying they are coming to do better, from antecedent, they are likely not going to do better than they have done.
Okay, just give me a helicopter view of the major political parties. Apparently, APC is going to stand with their leader, Asiwaju, for 2027.
It's only one presidential form.
Okay. Then you have...
I think they say one man from your constituency, from Uluku.
Yes.
From then you have gone to buy a presidential
form. Okay.
You will eventually find out that somebody gave him form to buy.
Okay. Then you have the PDP. What do you make of the position of the PDP? Because I heard that. I read that the PDP is also planning to feed a presidential candidate.
Which of the faction of PDP?
Both factions.
Okay. That's which one? INEC, as of today, has recognized the Wike faction. Okay. The Supreme Court ruling has also pronounced that the IAM who is with Wike suspension subsists. So, and INEC in their document, in their website as of 3 days ago, has not changed. So, which of the faction of PDP is going to feed the presidential candidate? I'm also hearing that even the only governor standing for PDP, the Oyo State governor, his people are buying from another political party, a party they call whether APN or so, buying from another political party. So where are they going to have the formidable opposition to stand? Who will be the candidate? Is it Wike that will be the candidate for PDP? So that's zero. PDP is gone.
So that takes us to ADC.
ADC, the court ruling, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't have the comprehensive understanding of the outcome of the court. But it was based on that court ruling, when Obi anticipated what was coming, that made him to move out. who is going to be the candidate of ADC. It will not be fair for a northerner to come and want to truncate this gentleman's agreement. The South should be allowed to finish their 8 years.
Even when they are not doing well or impacting the community, impacting the country positively in terms of quality of life, in terms of the economy, in terms of the security. When we emphasize these things,
the last 3 years,
does it not make us look like maybe we don't know what we're doing?
Dr. Tony Duke, the last 3 years of this administration is better than the 8 years before it that you had a northern and then. They still give me a second term. A southerner should be allowed to finish their 8 years. So if ADC is ready to feed a candidate from the South, then we can be looking at the person. And he has to tell us in black and white the magic he'll be able to do more than what the president is doing. NDC, will Obi get their ticket? If he gets the ticket, fine. Will Kwankwaso run as a running mate? Fantastic. The two votes, the vote that both of them got the other time is a 7-point-something million. Can that remove the incumbent president? Certainly cannot. Because Atiku getting the ticket of ADC is still likely going to take some votes away. Now, we did not trust another southerner to start the next 4 years, because the likelihood is that whoever becomes the president outside Tinubu will like to do his 8 years. The only southerner who is in that position that cannot do 8 years is Goodluck Jonathan. And in this studio this morning, I advised President Goodluck Jonathan not to attempt to run. It's to rubbish his name. There's no need. He's done. Whatever he has done is okay. Let's leave that record at that time. He did well when he was there. There's nothing. People are going to him to come and run. They are looking for money to eat. Politicians are like that. They know it's not going anywhere. Just to collect his money and then gather money and eat. They not may likely support him. But the political clout of the current president is too strong for anybody to uproot.
So what is it about the North and former President Jonathan?
The advantage that they will have, if you don't want a Tinubu presidency for a second term, the advantage that the North will have is that if he picks, the Senate will pick a Northerner as his running mate, that North, he cannot do more than 4 years. That Northerner may likely not take over. So the North will be very sure that if we support another person from the South outside Tinubu, after 4 years, the presidency will return to the North. That's the advantage they will have. That's the disadvantage that Obi presidency will have with the Northerners. Because once you are there, it's very difficult to say, okay, leave. You have done only 4 years, when the Constitution allows you to do 8 years. So that one also puts some challenges on that NDC ticket. Which other political party? SDP? SDP was in Bauchi a few days ago, where they had their convention
against INEC's
decision
or INEC's advice.
Yes, and then that's the former presidential candidate.
Yes,
now
Professor Sadiq Bello,
giving the ticket as their candidate. No problem. How many votes did he get the last time? Don't forget also, coming back to NDC, there's the what's this young man name from Delta or Anambra? Their presidential candidate in 2023. Is it Dumebi or something?
Yes.
His factor is still there. Ralph Ngosu factor is still there. So they still have those things they are dealing with and contending with. But let me ask you, what is David Mark looking for in politics? He was a general in the army. In the 90s, he was military governor of state. He was Senate president for 8 years. Can't he go and rest? We have people still in our state here in their 80s. They were permanent secretary in the 80s in this country. It's time for them to rest, sir.
But it's their right.
It's their right, but they should rest.
It's their right. If they have the energy to engage, interact, and mobilize, it's their right.
Mentor people.
David Mark is not contesting for any position.
No, mentor
right
people
now.
And let them rest.
Yes.
No, still struggling as if you are going to court, you are chairman of ADC. What are you looking for?
Bringing his wealth of experience and knowledge to bear in mobilizing coalition in this government. I mean, against this government.
Atiku should go and rest.
It's his right too.
It's his right, but he should rest. That's where the challenge comes from. If we're projecting younger persons who have the capacity and the energy, not people in their 80s and 90s who are tired.
Yeah, but we see these things happening even in more civilized crimes. I mean, we see this in the U.S., in Congress. We see people who have done 34 years in the Congress. They've done 24 years in the Congress and all of that. President Donald Trump, how old is he today?
Yes.
Former President Joe Biden, how old was he? We see these things happening.
There's no challenge with those ones because based on what they have done before, you can see they are not even doing badly. President Donald Trump in his 70s still had the right frame of mind. He knows what he's doing. But in this country, our own country, Donald Trump built businesses. He had a Trump tour, he had businesses. He left after first term, he lost election and came back after 4 years. 4 years to take over the position. And it's not done badly as a president. But all of these people surrounding us, we have not also seen what they have done much. That's the reality.
This is what you're asking to go arrest. Yes. They are all within the age bracket somehow. Yes. With the incumbent president. Are you not saying that the incumbent president should go and arrest?
At least he's there now. He said it's his turn. Since you can't take it from him, let him finish his 4 years and go. Can you take it from him? Do you want to destroy the country? Because the reason why I've given up on it, honestly, Dr. Sonny, the reason why I've given up, I have looked, you can't remove him by coup. To even think of it, you are gone. To even imagine it. The only way that is constitutionally allowed to remove the president is through the ballot process. And I have seen, based on experience over the years, that the people there now do not have the capacity to manage. How will you remove him? By what means? Is it from my neck? Do you know who is managing the continuous voter registration exercise? The process of, I said there are system processes.
But they say it's very unpopular in the north.
That's what you think until election comes. That's what you think. And the north is not only the part of the country.
But they are used to giving block votes.
No,
like
that's
they did in the last general election.
Those block votes will look at them again.
How are you going to look at them?
The politician will look at them. No, they'll look at them. They'll look at them. So unpopular in the north because of what? Is it only the turn of the north to present president? So once a president is not from the north, you give him only one thing like you gave Jonathan. It should be allowed, if the opposition cannot come together to electorally remove him, allow him finish his 4 years, and then the thing can go to the north. But if you can remove him electorally by vote,
yes,
go ahead, team up together and go and vote. Let's go to the field.
Some are saying that he stepped on some toes. Take, for example, El-Rufai, who was very, very frontal in giving him support and being part of his campaign team. At the end of the day, he's facing persecution.
No. El-Rufai is not facing persecution. El-Rufai was nominated as a minister, and it was not cleared. The DSS or whichever organization did not clear him. He was nominated. The president nominated, wanted him to be a minister. And if they check his record and they say you were not cleared for certain security reason or whatever reason, you cannot be a minister, it's not the president's fault. And to justify that, the anti-graft agency investigated him and find a reason why he should be prosecuted. And so let him go for it. He's not the first person. Even the Attorney General, they also did the same thing when they came to power the other time. How can a man come on national TV or international TV network and say that he monitors the phone conversation of the NSA? Who will say that and go free? Can I say that on air and justify it? Nobody can say that and go free. So stepping on toes, which toes? El-Rufai's toes. Who is he? He's a normal Nigerian like every one of us. There's nobody that's more of a Nigeria than the other. If anybody should complain, it's the Southern Christians that should complain. If anybody should complain, it's the Christians in this country that should complain. Because we have two first citizens of this country for the first time as Muslims. And the person who started that thing was El-Rufai in Kaduna State. Before El-Rufai came and became governor, in Kaduna State, you never had a Muslim deputy governor. If you had a Christian governor, you have a Muslim deputy. If you had a Muslim governor, you have a Christian deputy from Southern Kaduna. But he went and chose a Muslim. And then the president went and did that in the north. But to God be the glory, I would not say that that has greatly or in any how affected us as believers or have been marginalized. Because we have the wife of the president, who is the Esther in the kingdom, in the kingdom, they're taking care of whatever she needs to take care. We have the other people who are Christian, the Secretary of Government of Restoration. So El-Rufai and other tools, if there are more persons who have brought bad things to this country, whichever part of the world or country they are, their tools should be matched, not just stepped on.
Why is it that we are quick to say that insecurity that is heightened today is the result of some forces, trying to use it as a propaganda structure and strategy against the government of the day? We also saw that during the Jonathan administration.
Of course. To an extent, I believe them. I believe them. I believe there are fourth columnists. Is that the right phrase?
Fifth columnists.
Fifth columnists. People who will always be who will be within to sabotage whatever arrangement. When the army says or the government says we have repented Boko Haram, we are recruiting them and retraining them, reintegrating them into the system. That's babadosh. That's rubbish. There's somebody, nobody can repent from Boko Haram and then still not serve your country with all loyalty. It's not possible. When you have kidnappers then in the forests across the nation and the military, let some of these security agencies tell us what they see. They will arrest a criminal. They will arrest a criminal and somebody will call for them to be released. Even in our state here, in the Edo state here, the law says people should not ride bike on major roads. Who are the people riding bike on major roads here? Some criminal elements. And then when you arrest them, one person will call and say, now our person. So that's the truth. That's the truth. The truth is that there are people within the system who sabotages them. But I think that the president, if he wants to do anything, he can do it. What did it take America to come here? Was it Christmas Day? To come to Sokoto and then neutralize people they needed to neutralize. But you see, politicians are the same everywhere. The fear of election. I don't want them to see me as being against their people. Was it the Senate president that said so? That 3 weeks after election, you will see that this insecurity will end. I don't know whether he was the one that mentioned that 3 weeks after election.
Yes, it was.
I think that from that statement, I'm hearing what he didn't say. From that statement is let's just carry on with them. After the election, we now do what we are supposed to do. We know we can do, we know what to do, but we don't want to do it now because of election. Okay. That's what I can see from that statement. All right. They know what to do. Let them do it.
All right. Heavens
will not fall.
Thank you very much, Reverend Phil Aroji. It's always a delight to have you here to get some perspective on some of these national issues, especially now we're moving towards 2027. Thank you so much for coming on the program.
I appreciate you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It's the TMI on the ITV network. We'll join Kadri in Abuja studio to continue the conversation on the build up to 2027. Kadri, we're linking you up now so you can take it over from here. A whole lot on the plate as it relates to the 2027 elections. We'll keep our fingers crossed. It's a wait and see game. But there are some that you can easily make some predictions on. Over to you, Kadri.
Of the new electoral law that ended last week. Because if your name is not in the register of a political party, it would be a futile journey. Your movement or defection will amount to nullity because INEC will not recognize you. That really made the 2027 general election or preparations for the general election different from the previous ones that we have been seeing. And to discuss some of these issues, we have the former chairman of IPAC, a former chieftain of the Labour Party, who recently moved to the NDC. They call the party now the New Bride. And of course he's there. I'm talking about Chief Peter Ame. We're doing justice to our subject matter for this morning. A very good morning to you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chief. Yeah. So quickly, let me get your remarks. You know that this defection, internal party democracy, screening of candidate purchasing form for expression of, you know, their interest to run for different political parties, different positions. Let me get your remark, especially how you eventually joined those who defected at the very last minute.
For me, democracy and party participation should be on principle basis and on self-conviction. If you are not convinced about the ideas that members of those parties hold, so you should be able to, do proper examination, put things in proper perspectives, and then decide to take your decision. For me, why I decided to wait until it was a brand new party, a party that has characters like Aaron Sereke Dixon, because if you look at the trajectory, it started from the opposition party in 1998, 97, and 1999. 1999, 1998. So if you look at those things, you know that he knows what it entails to struggle as an opposition and to try to gain power. Because in trying to gain power, you must first of all do a proper delicate balance of see what are the challenges, what are the strengths we need to pull, what are the the materials we need to bring together to be able to do that. If you are somebody who has been too used to federal power, you might not be able to understand the struggle. So when I looked at all of that, and I looked at my my principal, my person I support, overwhelmingly, Peter, we now also not eventually having to concretize his relationship with Kwankwaso and got an agreement. Then I said, yeah, this is the right place to be at this moment, so that we can, probably, do something that will not be progressive, something that will be progressive for the betterment of our people, something that can be able to bring new ideals that can lead to prosperity to the development of our country. So I decided to now participate in the system, and I'm now a member of the NDC.
Okay, that's good. But if you look at the permutation now, the PDP already has an aspirant, Sandy Ano. The ADC has about 2 aspirants, Muhammad Hayatuddin and Atiku Abubakar. The APC is a no-go area for any member of that party who wants to aspire to be president. It is solely reserved for President Bola Tinubu, and of course the NDC, which is the bride now, is yet to actually have Peter Obi and Kwankwaso, so any other person that wants to aspire. But the thing is that it has been zoned to the south, and the zoning, and for Peter Obi, he has pledged that he is going to spend just 1 term of 4 years. So let's get to hear the possibility of Peter Obi adhering to his promise, giving the ticket, and if he eventually
Fourth Republic democratic experiment. Because if you suppose what happened, in previous arrangements where zoning was not honored in 2015, which led to therefore the incumbent president at the time, you know that this is a very, very delicate issue that we must try to create a balance so that justice would be on the table, because the injustice about zoning and attempt to take other people's time. I'm an understanding person about market forces, balance of play, decision taken by public affairs without zoning. But because of Nigeria is a very complicated country, I've decided to align myself with zoning. Because I stand on zoning, and I do not see that it should be he has run for every time people tell you that he's the one that can win. He's the one that can win it. He's the one. So I think it's time to play the role of God person does not respect or those who we should respect. You should respect.
Okay, lastly.
I know that he has to be the leader of the opposition. Who did in 2015?
This phase of the job, which is submission of register and do the is
themselves from political players, from the appointing authority, those who appointed them, as far as they discharge themselves from the party in power. As long as they decide to do the right thing, I am very sure INEC has the capacity to deliver on this challenging task. But if they try to marry politics and interests of those who are in power, in managing the affairs of the commission, then you will see that you start to see them from and their mistakes become obvious, and the public perception that is at the all-time low will continue to decrease. And without public support, without public trust, no commission can deliver election. No matter what they do, it will be over. Not happen. So while I'm asking to ask for INEC, it's a credible playing field for all political parties. By law, parties are created equal superior, no just power or they deserve respect and they deserve to be given equal opportunity on how to participate in the electoral system. That is how INEC can succeed. But INEC has the capacity, if it does not allow itself to be clouded by political and regional and tribal sentiment, INEC can succeed in putting and creating a future for our country where our lasting democracy will thrive.
Thank you very much for your time with us on the program this morning. I'm sure that the relevant authority and politicians are taking note from all that you have said. Okay, we now move to Lagos for the continuation of the program this morning on ITV, and many thanks to Chief Amen for his time with us on the program.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
On ITV, I am Marcelina Unkwa. And of course, we have our guest here that would help us talk about today's topic, Mr. Dapo Adaramewa. He is a governance consultant, spokesperson, and also obedience movement. Amen. The person that would say, wherever Obi goes, we follow. Hello, good morning, Mr. Dapo.
Good morning, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you doing today?
Winning.
Okay. So today we're going to be talking about the NDC convention. Just shift the ADC convention in Abuja, where oppositions gathered to project a united front at the 2027 election, which happened on Saturday during the weekend. From zoning debates to contacts and file appeared by politicals, moved also political alliance driven by ambition and power negotiation. So today we examine, Mr. Dapo, we examine what the convention truly means for Nigerian democracy and of course the road to 2027. We saw that Peter Obi and Kwankwaso defected from the ADC to the NDC, and few days after we saw a lot of registrations under the NDC, and a lot of persons have been saying, is it that Peter Obi has been the one holding the ADC, and now the ADC is just left with Atiku and and that's affect the end, and as members and other persons too have been defecting with him, and people like you moving with him, I guess. And some persons were saying earlier, you know, during the old ADC coalition stuff, it was put there to, you know, unset the
is there to give the Nigerian people a viable alternative, which is by the
current.
You see, when people ask me that question, I say it's not a function of my opinion. My opinion is actually irrelevant. By all measure and measure, If we talk about the value of the currency, and I don't make a distinction between Bola Ahmed Asiwaju's APC and Muhammadu Buhari's APC. As far as that, it's just one party. One party that has consistently, has increased poverty rates from about 30% to almost 60%, has taken the currency and it has lost 10 times its value, has increased the price of fuel to about 1,300 naira now. So we have a party that has failed Nigerians on every definable metric and has disappointed them for 12 years. In fact, I would say that Nigerians are in an abusive relationship with APC. APC is constantly beating them and promising that it will do better, that they should only hold on. And we want to set Nigerians free. That enough of this abuse. This partner, this leadership has disappointed you for 12, 13 years now. Say no. That's all it's about.
So would you want to say most of this APC supporters, I mean, if you go out there, there are a lot of people supporting the ruling party, the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. There are a lot of campaigning, protesting, going on out there, people campaigning for the president. I saw a video, a campaign, and some disabled person at the front, campaigning for the ruling party, and some persons were like, would you say, I mean, you just mentioned a lot of things going on in the country. We're seeing it. We're all Nigerians. Would you say these people supporting the current party or the current president, are they not sick in the country?
Oh, they definitely are. You see, what we have created, I think, is a system that is even more perfect than the colonial masters could have ever imagined. Right? We have impoverished the people to the point that they are so desperate to get that 2 or 3K after each rally that they will stoop level to pretend. They will go, they will dance around getting paid a day. Natural, so people that you say, I went to go and buy more. And God, they didn't identify me, right? It was an interesting contrast because I could see that the people there are not people that are doing well. At one point, they were fighting each other for bottled water. They were handing bottled water from their rally van, and they were dragging at each other for 200 naira bottled water. Now, the truth is, regardless of this drama that is unfolding, right, and it's going to continue to unfold, it does not mean that those people are going to vote. See, let's look at the election in Lagos State, for example. They lost Lagos State, even despite their rigging. But leading up to the election, almost every billboard around this state showed APC. Almost every rally you saw was an APC rally. I thought that that it would mean they would win the election, but no, they still lost. Because the people that are going to this rally, they know that they are just going to go there, collect their 2K and vote for a different. I met somebody with APC shirt and we got into a conversation and he said, see, that lie, I can never vote for APC. That I'm just wearing the shirt because you know how it is. I said, okay, understood. That is what this election is about. People have had not be joled anymore. In fact, now they're the ones playing the politicians. So bring your 5,000, bring your 10,000 naira bribe. They will collect it and then they will still vote against you. Because they know that the last time that you gave them money, their lives have gotten worse between then and now.
So you do not think APC stand a chance for the forthcoming 2027 election?
Oh, no, they do. They do.
Winning, I'm talking about winning.
Winning? Absolutely not. Not so long as the night people come out and vote. You see, the problem we have is we seem to think that, particularly people on my side of the political divide, seem to think that the greatest problem we have is the APC supporters. That's not true. The greatest problem that we have is the Nigerians that sit at home during elections. At the last election, 70 people that not eligible for people sat down at home and did not vote. Those people are the biggest threat to Nigeria's prosperity and to our democracy.
Mr. Dapo, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I feel most of those persons, they feel, even if I come out to vote, will my vote count? I mean, they're just some persons. I'm not speaking. I'm just saying with what I've heard, concerning this all this thing you just said. A lot of persons feel, even if I go out to vote or I come out to cast my vote, will my vote count? You know, they feel, okay, this whole election stuff is not always free and fair. I come out to vote, but the person that they already, according to them, they already know, I mean, there are speculations everywhere, according to them, they already know who is going to, you know, win. So even if I come out to vote, will my vote count? And another thing, a lot of persons are also scared to come out to vote because of the old and stuff during, you know, voting and all of that. What do you think? Don't you think that's the main reasons some Nigerians, because I've heard a couple of Nigerians saying this thing that come out to vote.
I understand that. And surely I can baby people and, you know, tell them that, oh yes, you know, when you come out in mass, your vote will count. And that's true, right? But I think people need to wake up to their responsibility. I'm so glad that our forefathers under the colonial government did not just sit down in their house and say, what's the point of resisting? Because the colonial masters are stronger than we would never win. I'm so glad our fathers did that, and that's why we're not somebody's property today. We're free people in our own country, because we are descendants from a generation of people who understand that, yes, the odds might be against you, but it is your responsibility. You can create a few children will be proud of to leave your house. People say they're afraid of this, they're afraid of that. Are people not dying right now? Are they not dying when they go to under-equipped hotels? Are they not dying because of bad roads? They say nobody wants to die for Nigeria, but people are dying for Nigeria. So I think it's will be the mass of people know the change, for whatever reason, into the light that Nigeria. And I employ those people to please leave their house, grab their PVC, register, do whatever you need to do now when the opportunity is open, so that when that time comes, we can save this country.
So at this point, should the AP be worried about the growing opposition talks?
Oh, definitely. We're not worried. You wouldn't see the president's people coming and attacking Obi. They've been singing Obi's name since 2023.
I mean, the APC, they already have like 31 governors in their such men.
But they're worried. In the last election, the Labour Party had, to my knowledge, no governors, no House of Rep members, no structure, right? But still took some +4. That's what the activities that were done against it, right? So they, although in the public they try to present a face of, oh yes, we are so sure this election is in the bag, they're panicking, they're worried, and they're working, you know, they're going overtime to try. For example, they say they saved money by cancelling fuel subsidy. But what have you done with that money that you saved? I can't point at something in my local government. I don't think anybody can. Not one new school built, not one new hospital built, not one play center for children, not one road that has in the past 4 years as this government trillion naira year. Exact benefit you are saying.
So, Mr. I think this government is the problem, because I had a guest that said in the federal government makes money, but the state government don't do it. So don't you think, apart from we blaming the federal government all the time, what about the state and the local governments?
Oh, yes. It's an interesting, and I think it's a strategy that APC has decided to bring out, which is blame the governors, right? And that's not to say the governors are not responsible. But if a president is no to him. He found enough to suspect sitting. Yes. Yes. To suspect. This money getting to the people, but yet for political reason contagious and a citizen on holiday. Come on. If this presidency meant for that money to reach the people, it would have made it reach the people. But that's their intent. Intent was that, okay, the new largesse and all share. And that's why everybody, it's a defection galore. Because when you join the APC, like one of their spokesperson once said, your sins are forgiven, and then also you get a big, large federal government you 2,000. All this telling who acts don't pay the next government new not chances, not change anything about the quality of lifestyle that they live in. They've not reduced the amount of senior special assistant to the senior special assistant that they have. They still have people whose job it is to follow them in a car to come and open the door of the person who's going to open the door of the president.
Good morning. This is CMI Socials. I am Nuoluwakbo Stevens. Or better still call me your social media butterfly. Now, over the weekend, it was quite a busy one on the street of social media, from politics down to entertainment. But today, we kickstart with hashtag AMVCA as the spotlight was back on the Nigerian movie industry on Saturday night as the 12th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Award, AMVCA, took center stage, widely regarded as the African Oscars. Now, this year's ceremony arrived with renewed energy, a new hosting duo, Bovi, and another interesting personality, and a competitive lineup that has kept fans talking since the nominations were unveiled in March. It was a vibrant cultural night where stars like Omaomi Dada, Uzo Ajurike, also known as Odogu, and Stan Neze dazzled in elaborate traditional regalia under the theme Honoring Craft, Celebrating Culture. The industry has shifted gears toward the main event. Now, if you were not there in Lagos, Nigeria, let's take a feel of how it went like in Lagos. That's just a glimpse of what went down at Uke Hotel and Suites here in Lagos State, Nigeria. Likes of Monica Uche Montana won, Linda Ejiofor Suleiman got 2 awards that night. First person to actually have that kind of record in the space right there in Nollywood. But away from that, let's see how and what you have been saying really on the line regarding the AMVCA. We'll start off with this user on X who wrote, Nollywood is quietly entering an era where strong storytelling and layered performances are starting to get the recognition they truly deserve. Talent finally carrying more weight. Okay, another person on X, this user wrote, Uche Montana, okay, jokingly made a fake acceptance speech while presenting an award she was nominated for last year, only for her to later return to the stage as a surprise winner of the Trailblazer Award. And she went on and on. Congratulations again, my Monica. Okay, well, still on this beat, this user wrote on X, And Linda, God gave you double in one night for all your hard work over the years. Congratulations. Absolutely big congratulations to all of the winners of the MBCA. Now, away from that, let's now talk politics. Well, this time still in Abuja. We'll move over to Abuja, where a former Labour Party presidential candidate, Peter Obi, has said his decision to switch political parties was driven by his desire to unite Nigerians. Now, Mr. Obi stated this during the National Democratic Congress (NDC) convention held on Saturday in the Los Angeles Event Center right there in Abuja. According to him, his political movement aims to create an opportunity to build a better Nigeria. Let's take a listen.
We want to unite Nigeria. We want Nigeria to love each other. That is why people think we are changing party. Where we are now, let me assure you, we are not changing party because we want it for transaction. We were changing it, like Churchill says, some men change party based on their principle, and some men change party because of opposite of it. So they change their principle to stay in a party. We change because we want to have a place, we have opportunity to build a new Nigeria that is possible. And we assure you, look at our sign. That is the sign our forefathers. That is the sign our forefathers.
Okay. Well, Peter will be right there in Abuja. Now, reacting to this online, let's see what netizens have been saying. We start off with this user who wrote on X. Political parties jumpology is allowed. You have not done anything wrong. I just learned a new word today, jumpology. Interesting. Well, another user wrote he is looking for soft landing, following Atiku footstep to contest and losing. Well, still on the story, this user says, you that cannot unite your party and started jumping from ABGA, PDP, Labour Party, NDC, and you want to unite the whole of Nigeria, you must be joking. Okay, well, social media street truly never sleeps. Now, let me introduce to you an interesting figure, a man in the past few days who has been going viral, a man who is easily distinguished by his appearance with an imposing presence, and even before he speaks, he has gone viral. His name is Mahmood Sadiz Buba. Well, Buba has taken some far-reaching steps and have not actually gone unnoticed in the political space recently. Yesterday online we saw a viral video of him trending when he was actually get screened for his position, and he has already bought a nomination form to contest at the Senate come 2027. It will actually interest you to know that this particular person you can see with the Senate president is 30-year-old. Anyway, let's have a feel of the screening that went viral yesterday.
How old are you? How old are you? Huh? 30 years? Really? Wow. You're 30 years? And your mom is there, your dad is there? How many do you have? How many siblings do you have? Huh? 9. 9 siblings. Are you the last? The first son? Is any of your brothers here? You just came alone? No. Huh?
It's old.
You're ugly. Who's your ugly?
See the old lady.
Fantastic. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Can we see your membership card? Yep, can you show me your membership? Oh, okay.
Well, interesting time ahead in politics, if you ask me. Reacting to this online, let's see what you have been saying about this guy. He is 30 years old, remember. And now Haruna says, this guy we know, he's very smart. Okay, we'll see how that goes. Another user online wrote, this guy's ambition is taller than him. Oh my God, really? Well, still on this bit, this user on Facebook wrote, his ambitions are definitely bigger than him and he is really smart. Okay, well, is that all we have on this story? I think that's all we have. Now, just when you thought you've seen it all online, an interesting story pops up. This time around, beneficiaries of the Nigerian Education Loan Fund in Anambra State have endorsed President Bola Tinubu for a second term in office and donated 10.7 million naira towards the purchase of his expression of interest farm. So the students said the endorsement was in recognition of the impact and the loans came on access to higher education and the reduction of financial burdens on students. Now, well, reacting to this online, a lot of netizens had different things to say. Well, we'll start off with this user on X who wrote about this. Now, sometimes these things just show that Nigerian politicians do not put much thought into these issues, and they also do not think Nigerians are worth the effort. Students who could not afford school fees between 100k and 200k supposedly donated 10 million naira to Tinubu's campaign. If you believe that, then I have babies who start walking immediately after birth. How is that possible? Well, another user actually reacting to this story on X wrote, how can people be this clueless? Tinubu gave you loan for your tuition fee, which you will still pay back, and you guys gathered and donate the same money to people to chop, claiming you are donating for purchase of farm. Okay, well, still on this way, this user says, let's see what we have. Well, this one wrote, why didn't they use the money to pay for their education? Good question, if you ask me. Now, one more reaction on this story. Let's see what we have. If we could have another reaction to the story. This one wrote, you collect a loan to pay school fees. How they come to get 10 million naira, and he is laughing out loud. Well, trust me when I say interesting times ahead right here in the political space in Nigeria. Now, finally, I feel like it's the biggest video currently on socials regarding Reno Omokri and Peter Obi. So yesterday, Reno Omokri saw Peter Obi at the airport, and he quickly ran to meet Peter Obi to exchange pleasantries with the former Anambra State Governor at Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. Remember that Omokri, a prominent supporter of President Bola Tinubu, is known online for criticizing Peter Obi. But in this 35-second video, it was a different ballgame entirely. Take a look.
Mr. Obi, how are you?
It's the Mr. Peter Obi Femi. How are you? Well, anyway, reacting to this, let's see what you said. This user wrote an X. They hate him online but admire him offline. He even went over for some pictures. Okay. Another user reacting to this video wrote, I hope you all understand that he asked for that moment to be recorded because he expected a different reaction from Obi. It's all a game, but Obi is not who he thinks he is already. Well, still on this one, this user wrote, let's see what we have next. This one says, Reno is an attention-seeking fraud. He will use this video to chase clout and validation on top person. We know send him papa. Okay, well, finally on the story, this user says, Peter Obi's even annoying me. How can he let Reno Omokri come that close to him? See his name, Sef Omokri. God, please, you see Peter Obi back. Protect him, okay? He's still free and accessible to people, even the bad ones. Social media streets, always something really hilarious and fun to talk about. Anyway, we wrap up TMI socials on this note. Big shout out to you for being part of the show. I am Anuoluwa Stevens, and follow all of us on This Morning on IT. TV. Lagos, Abuja, and right here in Edo State. We'll see you again tomorrow. Please stay safe. Goodbye.
RTV, certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari, yari, Ọba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is Akwa Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game. Playtime is 45 minutes per set. There is no age limit as long as you can spin Akwa seed. Ayo or Akwa game, known as the game of intellectual. This game requires a lot of mathematical skills. Akwa game is played with carved wooden box containing 12 holes.
RTV, certainly the best.
This week's edition of your must-watch and your must-listen-to program on independent television and radio, Politics Today, with your host to the most, Sonny Duke Okosun. Well, our tradition is to help you make sense of some of the stories that are trending in the build-up to the 2027 election. And so much is really happening in the country, and we'll be giving you insight into all of them. But let's begin by looking at some of the trending political stories. Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan yesterday fueled fresh speculation about a possible return to presidential politics after telling a large crowd of supporters in Abuja that he would consult widely over mounting calls for him to contest the 2027 presidential election. Jonathan spoke after thousands of demonstrators under the banner of the Coalition for Jonathan 2027 marched to his office, urging him to contest the 2027 presidential election. Supporters flooded the streets around the former president's office, carrying banners and placards with inscriptions such as "Goodluck Jonathan Save Nigeria," "Declare to run for 2027 elections now," "Contest 2027 presidential elections," "Save Nigeria," "One Nigeria," "One Jonathan," and "Do not forsake the Nigerian people." The demonstrators, including women and youths, chanted solidarity songs and repeatedly urged Jonathan to immediately pick a presidential nomination form. Receiving the protesters, Jonathan stressed patriotism peaceful elections, and the need for long-term national planning, warning that Nigeria risked losing capable citizens if confidence in democracy continued to weaken. Okay, let's see how all of that will pan out. I won't be surprised in the days to come if a group of people or some individual or an individual goes out, gets the nomination form from any of the political party as part of the sponsorship of the former President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In the meantime, the Vice Chairman of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct and Public Petitions, Senator Ibrahim Khalid Mustafa of Kaduna North, has dumped the People's Democratic Party, PDP, for the African Democratic Congress, ADC. In his letter read on Thursday by the Deputy President of the Senate, Senator Jibrin Barau, APC, Kano North, Senator Mustafa said that he was leaving the PDP because of leadership crises. The latest wave of defections made the current configuration of senators in the Senate on the platform of the various political parties to be APC, 88 senators, ADC, 8 senators, PDP, 3 senators, NDC, 4 senators, ABGA, 1 senator, Accord, 1 senator, totally 105 out of the 109 seats. Well, the APC still holds majority in the Senate with 88 seats. And we can see the PDP fortunes dwindling every time in the Senate. And then, of course, NDC's profile is gathering momentum also in the Senate. Okay, Bello El-Rufai is the son of former Kaduna State Governor, the very controversial Malam Nasser El-Rufai. His son has defected also from the ruling All Progressive Congress to the African Democratic Congress to meet his father there, yeah. The Speaker, Representative Abbas Tajuddin, read the letters of defection at the resumption of plenary on Thursday. The Speaker said Bello El-Rufai joined the ADC alongside 2 members of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, from Kaduna State, Representatives Umar Ajilo and Suleiman Yahya Richifa. He also announced the defection of Kamilu Ado, a lawmaker from Kano State, from the ADC to the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC. The Speaker also announced the resignation of Representative Joshua Obika, representing the Amak Buhari Federal Constituency of the Federal Capital Territory, from the APC to the NDC. So you can see the fortunes of the NDC is growing by the day. We hope it stays that way. All right. Okay, let's look at this story. Governor Muhammadu Yahya of Gombe State on Friday appeared before the party's senatorial screening committee in Abuja, where he was formally cleared to contest in the forthcoming elections. Yeah, the governor emerged as consensus candidate of the All Progressives Congress for the Gombe North senatorial seat. The screening exercise, which took place in Plateau House in Abuja, was conducted by the APC Senatorial Screening Committee, chaired by the National Chairman, Professor Nintawe Iwada. This was contained in a press statement issued by the Director General, Press Affairs, Gombe House, Ismaila Msili. Okay, the governor of Ogun State, Dakbo Abiodun, was screened by the National Working Committee of the All Progressives Congress on Friday ahead of the party's primaries for the Ogun East Senatorial District. This was disclosed in a Facebook post by the Senior Special Assistant to Ogun Governor. That was going to be a close fight between Dakbo Abiodun and Senator Daniel, of course, former governor of Ogun State. We'll see how all of that will work out as we get closer to the deadline. And speaking shortly after the exercise on Friday, Abiodun said his aspiration is driven by a desire to deepen development and effective representation for Ogun East. The screening, according to the statement, is part of APC's internal procedures to vet aspirants seeking elective positions under the party's platforms to avoid surprises. I mean, you know, that has characterized politics in recent times. Well, some of the stories we are bringing to you in the build up to 2027. Let's get into the conversation today. With me in the studio is a political scientist from the Department of Post Science, University of Benin, a researcher, a scholar, and an academician. I'd like to thank very especially Neville Obakedo for joining us this morning. Neville, good to have you on the program.
Good morning, ITV. Good morning, viewers and listeners at home. And thank you for having me this great Saturday morning.
Fantastic. Multi-party democracy is a key component in the practice of democracy. But in this part of the world, this component is always threatened. I mean, we've heard in recent times opposition saying the ruling party and the government of the day is making frantic efforts to ensure that Nigeria becomes a one-party state. Let's take the conversation from there.
Okay, democracy is a phenomenon that many nation states pride themselves as practicing, including Nigeria. And democracy, if you look at its origin, from the Greek city-states of Athens, of Sparta, of Megara, of Corinth, of Mytilene, and so on. The people used to gather at a village square to elect their leaders. But as population keeps growing, people decide to adopt various forms of democracy that looks like what was practiced in the Greek city-states that you call democratia, that is the rule of the people, or democratus. Now, because of so many variables such as, or factors, such as religion, such as culture, such as ideology, and so on, we see that more often than not, societies that are heterogeneous or multi-ethnic societies, they go with multi-party democracy. So many African states prize themselves as multi-party democracies. But as we speak, we see that the Nigerian state is tilted towards a one-party state. People have been saying it. Some people say it is true, some say it's not true. To my mind, I can say that there's element of it, but it's not true that the state is going towards or gravitating towards the direction of one-party state. Why did I say so? The Democrats in the Greek city-state, the purpose of emphasizing and clamoring for democracy was for them to address the issues of their society. What were those issues? They were facing the crisis of justice at that time, period of Socrates, of Aristotle, of Plato, and so on. They needed people who will support justice, who will set modalities for bringing justice as a yardstick for running the affairs of the state. During that period, difference because they were different. Athens was a state of its own. Sparta was a state of its own, even though it was just like a federation. They did not want, for example, Sparta would not want Athens to outwit it politically, militarily, and otherwise. So it means the Democrats in Athens were ensuring that they promoted national interests, which is the security and welfare of the people. As we speak in Nigeria, there's a constitution, a state constitution, that talks about the fact that the primary purpose and aim of government is security and welfare of the people. Now, people are in different political parties. If we have party A before, because when we started democracy in 1999, in this Fourth Republic, it was PDP, AD, and All Progressive Party, APP, and so on. Now, one expected, for instance, if PDP, as the ruling party then, did not emphasize security of life and property and welfare of the people, that ADC or AD then should say, we are going to pursue vigorously security and welfare of the people. So that people will now say, okay, since PDP refused to do this, we'll follow AD. That's the essence of having multi-party democracy, where the people will have option of choosing between and among political parties, depending on the one that represents their interests. Yeah. But what we have here is not what's supposed to be associated with multi-partyism. Why did I say so? Politicians in Nigeria, they are aware that we are having insecurity in Nigeria today. Politicians in Nigeria, they are aware that banditry is affecting almost all the states of the federation. I have not seen many, including the office of the president, organizing from state to state or from one geopolitical zone to another, town hall meetings on how to tackle insecurity in different parts of the country. And yet, we are talking of 88 senators representing APC in the National Assembly. What are they representing? Are they coming to Abuja to just get their allowances and their whatever they are getting and forget that their houses are on fire? That raises the fundamental question of whether the politicians that we have or the Democrats that we have in Nigeria, whether they know something about democracy and whether they know something about governance.
So doesn't this lend some credence to some scholars' perception that democracy is a fraud and a deception, because it may appear that people are coming to power by the populist opinion, whereas in actual fact, it is those who are in power that determine how things goes and it favors them. Take, for example, in the last few days, it was on Wednesday or so, or Thursday, we saw a war of words between the senator representing Edo North Senatorial District and the Senate President over a Nicodemus change of some rules in the House that make some senators eligible to occupy principal positions. And that was a clear case of somebody trying to create a rule that will favor him in going into maybe the next Senate, the 10th Assembly, as it were. I'd like to get a perspective along those lines.
I don't always like to, well, since you have mentioned this matter, let me just talk about it. First and foremost, we should be very careful the way we say things or the way we do things, because sometimes the chicken will come home to roost.
One day.
Yes. I happen to be close to one of these two people that you mentioned, and one of them was, the two of them were former governors and they are now senators. One of them told the other one why they were still governors. They were governors almost at the same time. He said, I would like to add over to my deputy. He said, no. Don't add over to your deputy. Don't know that politicians would like to go and dig into your past. I will add over to somebody that is not a politician. So this other former governor, then governor, now both senators, now borrow that idea or got that idea from the other one. And two of them are in the Senate now, that I will not add over to
my deputy.
I will add over to somebody that is a technocrat. Both of them added over to technocrats, and both of them did not add well with the technocrat that they added over to. Are you getting it? Now, the two of them were not democratic by choosing their leaders, by choosing their successors. The reason is because it is the party that determines who should fly the ticket of the party.
Okay.
You may have your influence as a city governor or outgoing governor. Your own is to influence others by whatever means to toe your line, not to insist.
And not to impose.
Yes, not to insist and to impose. And then those who oppose you in the process, if they have appointment, you crumple them by removing them from the appointment. These were the things that both of them did at that time. Now they are both in Senate now, and they are grumbling. They are struggling for that position. One is there, one want to enter there. Now, talking about democracy, you see, democracy, as I said earlier, if you go back to the Greek city origin, the Greek city-state origin of democracy, is the fact is democracy that is supposed to be based on the rule of law. The people who gather from different places to come and democratize or to vote, they were there to ensure that there was rule of law in their various states. So if you say that you are practicing democracy, and there's no rule of law, then there's no democracy. That's number one. Number two, when we are talking about democracy, the democracy that we talk about in a multi-party system, it's not just democracy of election day. PDP will feature a candidate, APC will feature a candidate, NDC will feature a candidate. That is general election day, or off-cycle election day. ADC will feature a. That is not democracy. Democracy is the democracy of the party, the internal party. That is the democracy, because that democracy is supposed to be a democracy that goes with the freedom of choice.
Okay.
Then what we see today is that somebody will sit in Abuja. Some people are like his lieutenant. They will say the leader has spoken. That so person will be the councillor for so ward. This one will be the local government chairman. At the end of the day, they say it's consensus. They say it's consensus.
Yeah, that's what's trending now.
Yeah, they say it's consensus.
But it's constitutional.
That is not democracy. Now, if you say it is constitutional, fine, no problem. But the constitution raises a caveat that if you are going to agree on the consensus candidate, the other candidates will agree with that process of.
The other candidates should be part of the consensus.
They should be part of the consensus. Not that they will sit down in their houses. They will hear that political leader A has said there is consensus, so others are in quote legislated out of the process. That is not democracy.
We have seen one of the highest movements, defection in party politics in Nigeria in recent times. Can you comment on that?
When you say defection, and it reminds me of what you told me yesterday when you were inviting last night when you were inviting me for this program. Alignment and realignment. Now, if you are a politician, you want to align or you want to realign, the first thing that should come to your mind is national interest. And that brings us back to the issue of welfare of the people and the security of the people. So if you are realigning and it is for national interest, that does not mean that your personal interest is not subsumed in the national interest. But you should be seen at every point in time promoting national interest. But what we discover is that the people who align, realign, defected at the rest of them, they are defecting number one, to be relevant in the present dispensation. They don't want to be in the opposition, where the distributing largesse of the present ruling party will not get to them. So they say, okay, we are members of any government in power. So any government that is in power, I just carry my supporters, I just cross over to that party. Then next time, any government that is in power, if it's no longer this party, I cross to the other side. So you see them, they are always moving in the same cycle from one political party that is in power to another. That is not democracy. They are doing that in their own interest and not in the interest of the people. And at the end of the day, you see that such politicians, they will never take one issue that is supposed to be an issue of serious concern to the nation, a burning national issue. You can never see them bring it on the table to discuss it, because they believe that when they bring such issue to the table to discuss, the people that they are benefiting from, they are going to be injuring their sensibilities by that discussion. And so they just keep quiet and allow impunity and insecurity to pervade our land.
The challenge of intra-party democracy has continued to be like a recurring decimal. Just when you think that in a political dispensation we'll get it right, but it's read its ugly head again, like we've seen in what is happening. And then you have instances where, I give you a state like Nasarawa State. The governor has his anointed candidate. Everybody is queuing up, behind the governor's anointed candidate. In some states at the senatorial district level, the governor has his candidate and is giving support to that candidate. Every other person is asked to step down. How do we, extricate ourselves from this kind of structure and system to have a better society?
The first thing, that will take me back to the issue of the EndSARS that was held in the year 2000. I think there was EndSARS that the youth in several parts of the country embarked upon when President Buhari was still the president. During that period, I said, let me embark on a research expedition from here to Lagos. Even though there was no movement, I had to maneuver my way to Lagos. Every particular major place I get to, like Ore, like Shagam, like Djibouti, I will stop and ask the people there, the young people there, who are your leaders? They will say, no leaders. Even in Benin here, up to Unibem, Gate to Wasota, you ask, they say they don't have leaders. up to Ogun State, then to Lagos. They don't have
maybe because of the fear of being apprehended or arrested, as it were.
Then back to Benin again. They said they don't have leaders, and I said, you fail to learn from history. You are condemned to repeating it. If you go and check the excuse me, the revolution that was led by Fidel Castro in Cuba was led by him and his lieutenants, fellow comrades. Until this very moment, you still see the influence of Fidel Castro in Cuba. The revolution that was led in China by Mao Zedong and the Kuomintangs was led by himself and his comrades. The state that they were fighting, they knew that these were the people fighting them. On and on and on and on like that. Even up to Mozambique, where you have Samora Machel, you go to Angola, where you used to have Jonas Savimbi and the rest of them. The people that were holding sway to power at that time knew their enemies. Even up to Yoweri Museveni fighting the government of Uganda, starting from the government of Miti Obote to that of Idi Amin, from there to General Tito Okello, until he took over government with the support of Paul Kagame of Rwanda. So any people, any group of people who believe that the system is shortchanging them, who believe that the system should be displaced and replaced, they should have their own, number one, they should have integrity. Number two, they should have an alternative to what is obtainable. If they fail to do so and they don't have element of citizenship combativeness, they are bound to repeating history. I'll give you an instance. In 2023, there was a third force, obedient movement, and people really wanted change. Not only change from the ruling party, people needed a paradigm shift, younger generation of people becoming leaders. And many people who featured as candidates of Labour Party in certain Labour Party struggles in Nigeria, they went to the National Assembly as senators, as House of Rep members. They did not spend up to 2 years here before they abandoned Labour Party. What Labour Party stood for that made them to say they were going to the National Assembly to effect a change, they failed to do so. They followed the same party that they were contesting against in 2023. So who is fooling whom there? That's number one. Number two, during that 2023 national general elections, I was talking to people that I knew were Labour Party stalwarts across the country that we are close. I said, okay, if Obi did not win presidency, yet he came third, it is a sign that he should not take the back seat from that time to the next election. Because if he takes the back seat and come when the other election is around the corner, he's not likely to also make any impact. I also told them, those of them may be watching now, they will say, yeah, this man said this thing. I said, okay, if Obi did not win presidency, but Labour Party won seats in the National Assembly, House of Reps, why can't you just put the same effort so that all the states that Labour Party won in their presidential election, Labour Party will win their governorship elections, win the House of Assembly election. Then you will make it easier for Obi to win election in 2027. As soon as Obi did not win the presidential election, their revolutionary zeal died in them. They became so frustrated. They don't know that if somebody is oppressing you and you know that it's oppressing you, unless you put up a very strong resistance, the oppressor will oppress you till you die, and the oppressor will start oppressing your children and generation after you. So they fail to understand that, and they are condemned to repeat history, and we are here in 2027. 2027 is around the corner. So that is the point. The reason why you are having mass defection and there is nothing, and there is no eternal democracy in political parties, it's not because people are not aware of it. That yes, if you say you don't want to support okay, if you are not allowed to contest for a political position in party A or B, you can go and form alliance with other people to make sure that that person that they stole your mandate for, the person did not win the election. But now they will just say, okay, you see, the reason why we say Mr. B should go for that position is because one political godfather brought in. What is going to happen is that since it's a chairmanship position, we are going to give you a secretary to the local government, or we are going to give you supervisory councillor, and the person agrees. Then the person will still come and say, I'm a Democrat. You are not a Democrat. Because when obstacles are put on the role of Democrats, they create another alternative to ensure that that democracy that they were not able to get in Party A, they will get it in Party B.
All right, Neville Obagedo, our guest analyst today on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. We'll take a quick break. When we return, we're looking at some of the critical issues that will shape 2027 election. Please stay on Politics Today on the ITV network. For rejoining me on the second half of the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. Don't forget, you also have the opportunity to contribute to the discussion on the program today through our phone line. Of course, will be open in just a moment. Let me get back to my guest in the studio, a political scientist, researcher, and a scholar, Neville Obagedo, political science from University of Benin. Thank you so much for coming on the program. Now, you talked about the inability of the obedient movement and the Labour Party to sustain the gains of 2023. What do you make of the intractable differences which came, when the party momentum has been built, which some also trace to the ruling party in terms of the court injunctions, intra-party squabbles and all of that, which is always what we see in our political system?
You see, when what I like about the judiciary is that judiciary is the hope of the common man. The common man in this case is the person, no matter how highly placed, that may be disadvantaged in a process. All the political parties have their own constitutions, and each of the political parties is supposed to abide by its own constitution in doing anything, whether it is calling for congresses, whether it's calling for national convention, whether it's calling for primaries and the rest of them. Each party is supposed to follow their own constitution. And there are also built in these constitutions eternal mechanism for resolving conflict. So the question is, before these people go to court, most of the people that go to court that are aggrieved, do they exhaust the eternal mechanisms of their political parties?
And some of these people are moles within those political parties.
Yes.
So which means they really will not, whatever they are doing, they are not serving the interest of the political party, but the interest of whoever has assigned them that responsibility.
As a party, that is why when I was much younger, even though I'm still very young now, I used to study the African National Congress, where they were still having their headquarters as a liberation movement, not as a political party. When they were still having their headquarters in Lusaka, Zambia. That period, Oliver Tambo, the president, was still alive. Nelson Mandela was in prison. Walter Sisulu and all the other leaders of the party were different parts of the world clamoring for the abolition of apartheid in South Africa and the rest of them. In the course of studying the African National Congress, I saw that they had wings. They have youth wing. They have military wing. The military wing of African National Congress, they still have it, even though they are not wearing uniform, they are not fighting anybody. Military wing, they call it Umkhonto weSizwe in Swahili. They have intellectual wing. They have legal wing. So it is those that have passed through the furnace, the test of trying to see whether these people are actually members of this party or they are moles. When they are established and they are seen to be committed members of the party, you put them in these wings, because you know that at every point in time they are there to represent the interests of the party. So it's not a question of so person has come to our party now, give him national, give him chairman, give him this, give him that. When you don't even know, you have not done your own work to know whether this person is a mole or not. So you now bring enemies within your party. You bring them to come and be people that occupy leadership position in the party, and they are working with your enemy. So they create crisis, not just creating crisis to dismember the party, to disaggregate the party, but they create such crisis to affect the processes of throwing up candidates in that political party. So any party that want to compete with APC, that is the ruling party now, should not allow that to happen. If it is PDP that is in power, any party that want to compete and drag power with PDP should not allow this thing that we are discussing to happen. That is the point.
Okay, let's talk about, one of the growing issue in the build up to 2027. In some political parties, take Edo State for example, you had at some point the APC held sway, and then there was a change of guard. PDP came on board, and now today APC is holding sway. Now you have this arrangement where in the defections you have the legacy groups, and then you have the new groups coming into the party. It does look like in some cases the new entrants are favored. In some cases it looks like the legacy groups are favored. How do you think this can be synchronized so you have a stable polity in the build up to 2027?
You see, because this is an international television station, there are certain things that we cannot say on air because of the implication. There are so many things that go into politics. There are so many things that go into politics that we cannot be discussing here. Otherwise, it does not make any sense for me to remain in a political party since 1999, and I'll be consistent. Then somebody will now come in the name of a group and just say, I'm coming to your party today. And then you give the person a lucrative position. Those who have been there have been consistent, who have paid their dues from 1999 to 2026, they don't have anything. That is fundamental culture about some of the things that happen in political parties. It is not abracadabra, but there are certain things that happen from behind the scene. There was a time I was close to one or two politicians, and I'm still close to them, but as at that time, they were in power. And one of them was making a call to another person in another party to say, come to our party. Come to our party. Say, if I come to your party now, we'll go and take back seat. He said, no. So are you a member of so thing for nothing when we are here? We are the one to go and plead your cause before the people that control the party these days, so that they can give you your position. Forget about those who are there before you came. You understand what I'm saying? And within a week, that person came to the party, got a vehicle, he got contract, they gave him some appointments. They gave him appointment, then they gave him some appointment like special advisor, SSA they gave to him, and he called his lieutenant.
And they joined him.
Yes, and they joined him.
Meanwhile, there have been people in
the
party who have been staying in the queue.
Yes. So these are the things that so.
So does that mean really that a lot of the things that shape the outcomes of our elections are unique to Nigerians, as it were?
It's not that they are unique to Nigeria. It's just that what we are seeing in Nigeria is on the basis of the prevailing political culture. If you go to Zaire, which is a Congo Democratic Republic, or the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, you will see that for some time, let me just say right from the time of Mobutu Sese Seko till now, two families have tried to rule that country. The family number one, family of Mobutu Sese Seko Ugbede Wazabaga. Family number two, the man that Mobutu appointed as prime minister, Etienne Tshisekedi. Then later, Lord Desire Kabila. Then later, the son of Kabila, Joseph Kabila. Now the son of Etienne Tshisekedi is president. Now the people of that country, they are being socialized into a political culture of father to son or family rulership of their country. So you cannot compare that with Nigeria. where you have different people from different background, different people from different ethnic group, different people from different religion coming together for the purpose of politicking. It is their interest, and they may have paid certain prices behind the scene for them to achieve that interest. So if you go to the other day, we were talking about Djibouti. Since Djibouti became independent in 1970 something, 2 people have ruled the country. A man that ruled the country died, and the brother's son became president. From that time till now, just one family. 2 people from one family have ruled the country till now. So the people are being socialized into what they call subjective political culture. That is what they are going to transfer to their children. So for you to now come and want to cause a revolutionary change in that country, whether through mass movement of democracy and so, it will not work.
Okay, let's open our studio line 08077770300 is our studio number. You can dial that number and let's get your contribution to the discussion so far. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from? Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Sonny Jukokosu.
This is Solomon Ataga. Please go ahead.
God bless you.
Thank you.
Mr. Sonny Jukokosu.
Yes.
The progress of ITV today, it depends on who can deliver the system of broadcasting to the nation, the state, and the worldwide. Not who recommend who can deliver. So the ruling party today, they made this primary, they made this democracy on the reign of primary, where I will line up. As far as Sonny Jukokosu, I know him in ITV. He has been sincere and transparent to the people. Let me vote for him as an honorable House of Assembly or a local government chairman. That people made this system, that's the system, based on the Maradona of the game. They not turn it to delegates. Delegates whereby those who have served the party as club members, not ideology members. Because all about party is your idea to change the country or the nation or your state. Different from the past government. Now they are going to the system of what do you people call it now? Not delegates against consensus. What is the meaning of consensus? Consensus, these people are acting democracy as if we the common citizen does not have a say. Consensus is whereby maybe the past governor or the past leader have wherever they have served the nation or the state is not concerned. They will be the one to appoint to say this is the one representing the people. Without the say of the people, for God's sake, under the president of His Excellency Tinubu, what is democracy turning onto in Nigeria? Is democracy not turning to my personal interest, my owner squad in my language, or whatever I say must be, or the choice of the citizen? That is just my main problem.
Okay.
Because you cannot tell me confession. I want to use this medium to advise the governor. If you allow somebody to play in those states, don't follow them with this consensus process. Let the doctors decide who will go and represent them. We are talking this now, they will not take it. Because when you people are there, you feel your autonomy of everybody. And though it's very wide. If it comes to election, they may shout hallelujah with you. The day of election, they may hit you and decide not to follow you. If you are not following the right track. It's an bad. Solomon Ataga is my name.
All right, Solomon, thank you for your contributions to the program. The studio number is 08077770300 on the program Politics Today. Good morning, caller. Let us know where you're calling us from. Please tell us your name. Turn down the audio level on your television or radio to remove the echo. Good morning.
Good morning, Sir Tony.
Good morning.
This is the Oracle.
The Oracle, please go ahead.
But I'm in Kokava now.
Go ahead.
I think I salute your guest. You have really demonstrated the qualities of the scholar.
Thank you.
Wait, I can talk now. Power does not easy to get. You are just thinking that you just come, jump from party to party, that's how you want to get power. That's a mirage. You are making a big mistake. Amen, Brother Tinubu, you have paid the price. He saw it, he worked towards it, which is vision, integrity, good communication,
empathy, and accountability. So Baba don't tell us everything. So that we go back to the drawing board and do the needful. I wish Mr. Obi have not joined from AP, what is it called, Labour Party, would have been there, one alliance with Atiku Abubakar. From there, Baba. But they could not put their heart in order. Now looking for power. To go at them. Well done, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. 08077770300 is the studio number. Good morning, caller. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Good morning. My name is Maxine. I'm calling from Delta State.
All right, Maxine, go ahead, please.
Well, I appreciate the very fantastic analysis of politics and democracy of your guests over there. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I sometimes when I comment in this public forum, I think Nigeria is drifting towards a state. That's why we are grappling towards a one-party state. You see, the purposes of any government, call it whatever name the government is coming to power, is for security and the welfare of the people.
Okay.
Presently now, if you look at our country, where is security? Where is welfare? Where is our economy? We don't have that. Our leaders are grappling with how they want to win the election in 2027. That is their primary business. Governors have gone behind back seat. That's why you see what is happening in the National Assembly. They are fighting to amend the rules so that they could perpetuate themselves forever. They could perpetuate themselves forever. After 2027, they will not decide who will not preside, who is not qualified. That is the reason why our people are dying in South Africa. Why Nigeria is serious issue of security and welfare of the people. Our parties have been jumping, political parties, founders have been jumping from party to party for interest, national interest, not national interest. Not national interest. That is why this country needs to be taken back by Nigerians, not politicians.
Okay.
Because politicians are not telling us what they want to do for us. Whatever they told us, we cannot hold them by it after they won election. So Nigeria need to take Nigerians from politicians.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll be coming back to Neville Obahedo. I mean, in this race for 2027, let me just take this call. I'll come back to you in just a moment. Hello, caller. Good morning. Yes, good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us? Please turn down the audio level on your television or radio.
I love you watching television.
Ultimately, great. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Yes, I am my brother and talking about the yes, that's supposed to be. That's supposed to be for common man. But I don't think Nigeria division is for common man. Because for them, all that happening in our moving Supreme Court, the money, the people of the land, I can't say this, but the royal court, to go and defeat their case. Why not say that? We can actually have your question. I think we can the
Ultimately, great. I don't know. Maybe it's your network. We can barely hear what you're saying. It's a bit distorted. Maybe you can call back again. Be able to bring you on board. Hello, caller. Good morning.
What's good morning.
Your name? Yes. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from?
Chris on the line from Benin.
Chris, go ahead, please.
Yes, we are getting so wrong in this political decision we are under this administration. When we are so much of these party classes we are now having, because they are spread a sort of discourse more in other parties.
Okay.
That's why we are getting so wrong. Now, not everybody wrong, and most of these parties, there is no manifesto. If you have a manifesto, it's what I believe. If I believe there will be security, there will be food for the masses, and the other parties are putting, I will campaign with that. Then we will follow. If they need security for themselves, if they need food for themselves, they will not follow it for their party.
Okay.
But these people are just talking, just to get power. I'm here today, tomorrow, and to the other side. Look at those
Thank you very much. Nufiho, you've gotten the perspective of some of our callers, and also in reacting to those shared perspectives. Talk to me about legislators always looking for third term at the Senate and the House of Representatives. And I also know that even in civilized climes like the US, where we borrowed the presidential system of government from, you have people who have stayed in the Congress for up to 30, 40, 45 years. But back here, they say third term is Ebola. I'd like to get your take on that.
You see, the art of lawmaking is something that you need to learn, you need to acquire. And you need to acquire that and look at the environment that you are operating from to be able to represent your people at the National Assembly or State House of Assembly, because the purpose of even getting to that elected position is to represent your people. Represent your people as a voice, to speak for them, and then if laws are going to be made, you ensure that laws that are made are those that will favor your people.
Okay.
That is the reason why in America you see people, somebody becoming a senator like President Barack Obama, after some years the person become president, or senator, wife of Bill Clinton, Hillary Clinton, becoming senator and now becoming first lady of the state, then first lady of the country, now wanting to becoming senator, then wanting to become president. Because they have been tested, and they are proven to be people that have the interest of their people at heart. Now, what the problem that we're having here is this: if you want to go to House of Assembly or want to go to Senate or House of Rep in America, it's not on the basis of APC and PDP. There you just campaign. They say today we have a Central, we have a Edo Central campaign. The senator, the House of Rep, candidate of them, they will just go there. They will just everybody will go home. The constituency that you are going to represent, if you are going to represent Eastern Southeast, Eastern Northeast, and Eastern West federal constituency, you will go there. You will go from community to community. You organize town hall meeting. Number one, to know their problems, and you let them know that as you are going to the National Assembly, you are going to represent their interests to solve their problem.
Okay.
Then the people on their own will come out and vote for you because you have spoken to their problem, you understand their problem, you have experienced their problem.
Okay.
Then when you go there, you represent them, and you come back to say you want to go back there, they will still return you there.
They will reward you.
Yes, by returning you there continuously. But what we have discovered here is that they will say that, for example, they will say, like me, I'm from Isako Federal Constituency, where you have Isako Central, Isako East, Isako West. Some people will say we are going to rotate that House of Representative position. Let one person from Isako Central go there, maybe after 2 tenure, in the case of Ogumana. Then somebody from Isako East will go there. In the case of Abaka Momo, who is now Minister for Regional Development, they will say somebody from Isako West will go there. Abbas Brahma was there from Isako West. Then Finishabu was also there. Then on and on like that.
Yeah.
Somebody from the East is there now, Anameru. Now, it is good for the people to be represented, but the process for that representation, the process of getting to that position is what is missing. Because it does not matter, even if Isako, for example, Isako Federal Constituency consists of 3 local government areas, and one person has been there for 15 years, or he has been there for 20 years.
And then he's living up to the expectation.
Yes, that's the bottom line. If he's living up to the expectation,
all right, let me take
not say want to remove him.
Let me quickly take some more calls before we call it a wrap. 080. Hello, caller. Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling us from? Please turn on the audio level. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Tito Koso.
Good morning.
Thank you for your good representation and analysis for your best.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is JB Dennis on the line. I'm calling from Siloko Road right now.
All right, JB Dennis, go ahead, please.
You see, the ideology of our politicians is the ideology of the political interest from A to Z. Now, you see politicians realize and other people, our father, played this politics when they remain in their party. Everybody know their ideology. They are the people that will give us free education here and there.
Okay.
And look at the people that even can't be back of Obi, especially in the news are there. When are they today? Are they not because to the ruling party?
Yeah.
So this some of them, they are still looking for that. They are not running to where Obi is now so that they can pay. So this is not the real politics we are playing. That's just my conclusion.
All right, JB Dennis, thank you. I know that our time is fast spent. Let me just get parting words, a parting shot from you, Neville.
Parting word from me is that our politicians should wake up and save this country from the looming crisis of insecurity and economic crisis, because we have a growing youth population that does not have anything to do that is meaningful. So it's like a time bomb
waiting to explode.
Yeah, waiting to explode. So politicians should be alive to the national interest of getting elected into any position in the first instance, whether at the Senate level, where Comrade Adams Aliyu Shomole is having issues of survival of leadership succession with Godswill Akpabio. So that's my take.
Thank you very much, Neville. Always a delight to have you here on the program Politics Today on Independent Television and Radio. I want to say big thanks to all our viewers and listeners whose call made a difference as far as this program is concerned. We'll be back here again next week, Saturday, God willing. We'll have more exciting discussions for you as we make our journey towards 2027. The primary responsibility of government is to provide security and welfare for its citizens. And any government that is unable to do that, we've got to call that government to question. We've got to hold that government accountable. And that's an opportunity that we all have as citizens of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In looking at the present government of the day, has it lived up to our expectations as part of welfare, as part of security? If the answer is yes, then of course reward them in 2027. If the answer is no, also reward them come 2027. I'm Sonny D. Kokosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a great weekend ahead. And of course, we just want to pour our hearts out to the family of our late colleague, our departed colleague, Kingsley Uchegbu, especially his young wife and his young children who will never see their father again. As citizens of Edo State, we also have a responsibility to be our brother's keeper. Whichever way you can help and support that family, will appreciate it. Have a great weekend.
ITV, certainly the best.
The new Edion expressed excitement as they danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawari Benedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community. for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Indians of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma no kada zima esama zima dion bona zima dion obala zima dion mara we ma ri o esama dion na mi ma do pon mi sama mi ma do gbe ken sama e ma dio wa re na esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to ne ba no ge to ni maga no dia mi maga ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbon o oro pa ewu dori e ma ti awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni Jesus Christ no mi afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Idion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, to also for him to also pray for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Odion way, where he gave the initiate the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Odion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Odion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbenedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osawuni Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbenedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwonse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbenedion, among other sons of Okada.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to Law and You, a program that treats legal issues that meets everyday life. I'm your host, Philip Omo-Gyukbo. Today we have a very important and sensitive topic, sexual offenses and punishment under the Nigerian law. And we look at this every day, it happens every day, and leaving their victims with psychological, emotional, and physical scars after exploitation, and all of this go a long way to search for answers about questions being raised on, do we have laws in this regard that can tackle issues about the punishment for sexual harassment, or are these laws effective? Well, you agree with me that basically under the Nigerian law we have very, very appropriate laws in this regard, but how effective are these laws? And again, what can we say about the challenges that we are faced with in securing justice under the Nigerian legal system? Well, as usual, we have a legal expert that will help interrogate this basic and sensitive topic, and he is Emmanuel Obakolo. Big thanks for joining, Emmanuel.
It's a delight to be here.
Well, let's first of all take a close look at what the Nigerian law has to say as regard what sexual offenses are.
Okay, with respect to sexual offenses in Nigeria, sexual offenses is governed by a multi-jurisdictional framework comprising of the Criminal Code Act, Southern Nigeria, the Penal Code Act, Northern Nigeria, the Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, which is for the federal and a central of the laws. And also we have the Constitution, which is the ground norm. So, by virtue of the provisions of the Constitution, as encapsulated in Section 34 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which provides that every person shall have the dignity of the human person. So the law protects the dignity of the human person. And by virtue of that provision, it shows that every human in Nigeria is protected, with respect to his dignity. But then, when you look at that provisions of that law and every other laws with respect to sexual offenses, is measures to the provisions of Section 34 of the Extant Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Now, let me take, for instance, the Criminal Code Act, Section 315 to Section 351 rather to 361 of the Criminal Code Act provide for offenses of sexual offenses.
But again, we should know what a sexual offense is.
Yes, sexual offenses is an offense wherein an immoral act is carried on a person with or without his consent.
With or without? I think it's better to say without the consent.
No, I will expatiate.
Okay.
With or without his consent. The person may give consent and along the line withdraw the consent.
Okay.
Are you getting me?
Okay.
So it becomes an offense.
As at the point it happened, it's without the consent.
Even where he gives consent.
Though at the beginning there was a consent, but at the time he or she now refuses, it's now without the consent. So,
yes.
So better put this without the consent.
Even if the person gives consent, what if the person is a minor? What if the person is an infant?
Okay.
What if the person does not understand that act, but yet consent was given? And consent can also be gotten by fraud.
Okay.
You get it?
Okay.
So it can be with, it can be without the consent. Okay. It becomes an offense. Hence, it contravenes the provisions of the law. Now, like I did say, sections 351 to 361 of the Criminal Code Act prohibits sexual offenses. Section 351 defines sexual offenses to be a misdemeanor. That once that offense is committed, it is a misdemeanor. And the punishment for that, the commission of that offense, should be 3 years. But with time, it becomes obvious that sexual offenses is now a day-to-day activity
in our society.
People are now engaged in it. Maybe because the offenses, the punishment for the offense is so minor. The punishment is not grievous. So people now engage in it. Maybe out of the influence of some other thing, maybe drugs and whatever they use to influence themselves to commit that offense. So the law with time began to evolve, and that was the reason why under the administration of President Goodluck Jonathan, this law, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, came into existence, so that the law became more stiffer to the extent that sexual offenses just now the punishment for sexual offenses can be life imprisonment. So you can say that sexual offenses can also be equated with other strong offenses committed, grievous offenses, because it is against the dignity of the human person.
Okay, you just said it can sometimes lead to life imprisonment.
Yes.
Okay, but again, because in the process of prosecuting such persons who are victims or such persons who are accused or alleged to have committed such crime, would you say rape or sexual offenses could be bailable?
Yes.
That you can bail, the alleged accused.
Yes, but it is within the discretion of the court to so grant bail. Once the offense, sexual offense, is alleged against the person, the court does not even want to hear the issue of bail with respect to that person.
But the accused can be bailed.
Can, if upon the prosecution of that person or as upon the proceedings of trial, and the court discover that really the person is not really tied to the offense so charged, though on the face of the charge is sexual offense or offenses so alleged to have been committed by the person, but along the line the court discovered that this accused person or defendant just now is not really, did not really commit
or guilty of such.
The court may use its discretion to grant the person bail. That is one.
So that's at the discretion of the judge.
Yes. Two, on the other side, if the prosecution is not diligent to prosecute the matter, the court may look at it and say, okay, let me grant this person bail because it seems that so much time is being taken to prosecute the person. This may be a condition or circumstances where the court can grant bail to an alleged offender of sexual offenses. However, it is within the discretion of the court to so grant bail. But it is a very Herculean task to grant bail to any person who is accused of sexual offenses.
Okay. But don't forget, we are under the Nigerian law. We are looking at it under the Nigerian law.
Yes.
And again, questions could be raised about the challenges that we could be faced with in this part of the world in securing justice. Are you not bothered about that? Can we say there could be challenges where someone who is a victim, who is emotionally, harassed, psychologically harassed, by virtue of what happens to that victim, how can that victim seek justice without having these challenges of issues that we face basically every day in Nigerian laws under the justice system?
Yes, the court has been so diligent to allow the proceedings in the prosecution of an offender of sexual offenses.
What about if the accused is a public personality, for instance, or a political figure?
No matter your position in life, your status in life, the court does not look at your status. The only situation the court considers and not to make such proceedings or prosecution of such person to be public, to be in public space, is where the victim is a minor. It's where the victim is a minor. The court, at such situation, the court may not allow the proceedings of such prosecution to be in public space. For instance, the court may only allow some staff of the court
to witness the proceedings.
Then the counsel of both the prosecution counsel and the defense counsel to be in court. That's what the court does. So the court will not, because the court wants to look at the stigma, the social stigma that follows even after, during, and before the prosecution. So the court look at the stigma where a minor is involved in, or a minor is a victim.
Okay.
So in such situations, the court, like I did say, the court doesn't make it public. The court try to ensure that such victim may not be stigmatized.
Okay. Again, let's look at this in total. At the point where you were expressing, you mentioned the fact that there could be a point where a sexual offense can be punished with life imprisonment. At what point can we say a sexual offense? And what could be that kind of offense that could make the laws of the land to make that pronouncement as life imprisonment on such an accused?
One, where the victim is a minor. Two, where the victim sustained grievous bodily harm. 3, where the victim was between life and death. And 4, where there are medical examination to show that the victim has suffered a lot from that act, from the activity of the offender of sexual offenses. So in such situation, the court is likely, the punishment that the court may likely visit on the defendant is a life imprisonment. Also, the court has the discretion within the law to so do, particularly where the offender is somebody who is a recidivist with such offenses. He is somebody who is always involved in the commission of that offense. Okay. The court might not say, okay, this may be your last bus stop. You just go there and remain there perpetually until death do you part. So in such situation, there are some other factors that the court may consider discretionary to arrive at life imprisonment as a punishment or a sanction to be given to the offender of that offense at that time.
Okay, but let's see how the challenges that we could be faced with in securing justice for such victims. Have you been in a situation where you see challenges in the justice system in tackling that issue where, the accused could be seen to, leave the hook of being properly prosecuted in court by virtue of proximity to a high figure, in the political realm? Have you engaged in such challenges, and what could such challenges be?
Our environment is a very unique environment that gives room to social status, that looks at the social status of every person. So, we have some allegations or accusation that has political flavor. So even when they are true or false, the situation the court may consider may be different, particularly where the prosecution fails to really prove that kind of, or establish a prima facie case against the defendant on such situation. That is one. 2, the investigation that is carried out with the agency that has the constitutional responsibility to so investigate that kind of case before it may also lead to where the matter may not go further or may not go on as the case may be, and they may have a political way or a political solution to ensure that such prosecution is not carried out. But
let's look at the case between the Senate President, Akpabio, and Natasha, for instance. How do you see that case?
That has a political flavor.
Okay.
So in such situation, I do not think that a prima facie case was established, particularly where the agency that is vested with the constitutional responsibility to investigate whether or not such situation, such thing happened. And also, because of the bias, the political umbrella that covers that kind of situation, it didn't see the light of the day, because the parties that are involved have earlier been seen in different situations, even joyfully, happily,
in that them.
Yes.
As that close?
Yes. Even to the extent that one of the party even said that the husband was even aware of such situation.
Of such closeness?
Yes, and if the husband was indeed aware or is on the know.
You're talking about of such platonic closeness.
Closeness, yes.
Without any sexual
yes. So, and the husband did not raise any alarm.
Or we can leave that to them to talk about, not basically what we can discuss.
I don't think that is...
Because we may not know how close they were.
Yes, I don't think in such situation it is really the duty of the courts.
Okay.
Because like I did say, the investigations, first you start with the investigation. Okay. Those who carried out the investigation, were they able to establish a prima facie case of sexual harassment?
Okay.
That is it. So if that is not established, why bother the court or burden the court with the prosecution or the proceedings of such trial?
Right.
To my mind, I think it's a waste of time.
Well, the program is Law and You, and we have been talking about this aspect of sexual offenses and the punishment under the Nigerian law. You agree with me that in the process of this, the victims, they suffer physically, emotionally, and psychologically as these scars remain indelible on their minds. Again, how do we provide security or justice, making sure that we tackle challenges that may be hindering justice for the victims. Another point where we look into this is where we delve into more intriguing aspect of matrimony. Some could say, well, is it possible for a man to rape his wife? Well, you hear that after the short break. Do stay. Good to have you join. My name is Philip Omo-Gyukpo. As you have my legal expert, Emmanuel Obakpolo. Well, a lot of dust has been raised on our minds. We know that we are not in the Western world, but under the Nigerian law, can a man rape his wife? Because by definition, rape has to do with, sexually violating a woman or a man without his consent or her consent. So at this point where a woman is already married to a man, and then the man goes into that without her consent, can he be accused of rape?
Well, that is not common in our criminal jurisprudence.
Oh,
it is not common.
You mean it's
though generally it is accepted, it is agreed that a man can even rape his his wife rather.
Generally, it is generally that a man can rape his wife. But under the Nigerian law, let's be strict about it.
Yes.
Under the Nigerian law, is it accepted?
Yes.
That a man can rape his wife?
Yes, generally.
So,
but there are exceptions.
Because we seem to live in a man's world in Africa, for instance, where it's always difficult for the woman to present a case against the man, most especially the husband. So in such a case, can the woman file a case against the husband under the Nigerian law, and then the husband will be accused and seen as guilty as charged?
Yes, it can happen.
Have we had examples like this?
That is why I say it is a difficult one. We may not have a case in hand.
Exactly. We can't have tangible examples.
But there are situations where if a prima facie case is established to that effect, it's just for instance.
How do you establish matrimony case? That becomes a queer.
In a matrimonial issue now, for instance, it is the responsibility, the duty of the woman to always submit to the man, and the duty of the man to love the woman.
To always submit to the man.
Yes. Now, we're in a situation where...
So consent doesn't count here? When you say submission,
consent counts.
Submission to the man.
That is the general understanding.
Whether she's ready or not, she must submit.
That is generally. Yes, that is the general.
Well, but if she isn't ready and she doesn't want to submit?
For instance, if she's sick.
Exactly.
Good. Does that general assumption applicable to her? The answer is a no.
But sometimes we believe that if the woman doesn't attend to the man at the time the man needs it, the man can go elsewhere.
That's no longer
So again, this is Africa. So how do we guide against that, where men could be seen to be raping their wives, and again where women can also retain their home, not doing anything that will make their husband look the next door?
In the first place, Mr. Philip, it will be difficult for a woman to cry out to say, my husband raped me. That is the first.
Under the African law.
Yes, it will be very difficult.
In the African setting.
Yes, it will be very difficult for a woman to cry out, my husband raped me. Very difficult.
Because our culture here does not.
Yes. But where a woman cries out, an investigation has it that such thing happened.
Yes, such husband raped his wife.
He can be charged. Particularly if, for instance,
what could be the evidence?
The man, if, for instance, both parties, both the husband and the wife, are aware that the man is diseased with a terrible disease like HIV, and the woman is free, and the man is now forcing himself on the woman.
That's a different case entirely. That's a different case entirely. That's a different case entirely.
What do you call it? It can amount to rape. It can amount to rape. So, generally, yes, a married woman can allege that the husband has raped her. But it is very, very difficult in our setting.
Okay,
in this environment.
Let's explore possible punishment for such a husband that could be accused, if found guilty, of raping the wife.
The law is there. If it is the one that
so
the
it
law
be applicable
can sanction him,
it could still be applicable to what is
the provisions of the law.
Yes, to provisions of the law as regards someone raping another person.
Yes.
Outside matrimony.
Yes.
Or that of the matrimony could be a little bit easier in terms of facing the punishment.
Rape is rape.
Okay.
Whether it's in the matrimonial home or outside the matrimonial home.
Okay, but like you said, we've not had tangible evidence.
It's a very difficult one
in the Nigerian practice.
Yes, very difficult one, because our culture may not even give room for that. However, the law captures it.
Okay, well, let's look at the possible ways in which we can enforce quick justice in the process, because sometimes they say delayed justice is justice denied. So how can we have an effective justice system in the Nigerian practice where we can see justice being meted out so quickly? Because such a case could be basically, thrown overboard if it takes too long.
Justice is a three-way traffic. Justice to the court, justice to the parties, and justice to the public. So you must consider all of this in your dispensation of what is called justice. So, and in most times in such situation, even the court look at the public in delivering judgment with respect to arriving at justice. So the question will be, this justice, has justice been done to the court? Has justice been done to the parties? Has justice been done to the public? So hence justice is a three-way traffic. Then the court must consider all of these factors in the determination of every matter that comes before the court. And that is why you see that most times when the court arrives at a judgment, most persons will shout, oh, why is this judgment like this? This judgment has been brought over. Oh, our eyes on judiciary. No, you are not privy to what transpired in the court. You are not privy to the facts and figures before the court. You are not privy to the evaluation of all the facts before the court, because the court must do proper evaluation to arrive at justice.
Okay, again, how important is medical evidence in proving a sexual offense case?
Well, before now, medical evidence is an important ingredient.
Before now?
Yes. But just now, medical evidence is still medical evidence is still an ingredient, but whether or not there is medical evidence that specifies that this act took place, because the act may be for a very long time. Like there is a matter.
So you also have medical evidence. It has to be quickly examined.
Yes, and it must not be more than 48 hours, if my memory judges me correctly. Okay. And most times the offense must have been committed some 4, 5, 6 days, weeks before the complaint was made. In such situation, must medical evidence be an ingredient? The answer is a no.
Wow.
However, medical evidence is also an ingredient or an essential part.
But in such a place that you just made mention of, if we can get medical evidence, then what could be the evidence? Circumstantial?
Circumstantial.
Can circumstantial,
the oral evidence has
circumstantial have a way in the law?
No, the oral evidence has led.
Okay.
The oral evidence may prove. If in course of investigation, the offender agrees that yes, I did this, but it was once. I did it, it was twice.
If the offender agrees.
Yeah, agree. Then, do you now need the medical evidence to prove it?
Thank you so much. I believe it was quite Herculean, having you to really look into this case. Big thanks for that big one. And we hope you oblige us in our next interview. This is much going to take on today's episode of Law and You, and I hope you found it very interesting. And this is basically where we should ensure that if we see something, say something, and never you allow any stigmatization to affect you, from doing what is needful. Sexual offenses happen every day, and it's a crime that we've been faced with in our society. It's an everyday thing, and so Law and You helps to bring light into these areas in order to tackle this headlong, so that we can have all of these abuses tackled and offenders punished appropriately according to what the law says. I am Philip Omo-Gyukmo. We'll do more intriguing topics same time next week. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for joining us today on the program, Healthy Living. I'm at Desu Walsawage. We most sincerely apologize for coming on behind schedule due to some technical issues which have now been rectified. Thank you for staying tuned. Today we want to look at your nurse and you, because there's so many misconceptions about this issue. Some persons would rather see a nurse than go to a conventional hospital. All of that and much more are what we're going to be looking at today on the program, Healthy Living. So joining me is Favor Iniye Omarige. She's a nurse and also an educator at the School of Nursing Sciences, University of Benin. Favor, good afternoon, and thank you for joining me.
Good afternoon. It's good to be here.
Now is this: what's the difference between a nurse's role and that of a doctor, and why does it matter, or why should it matter to patients?
Nurse's role and doctor's role differs. Both are medical fields. Both are towards better patient care, the patient health and care. Okay. Roles, as they are two different professions. Okay. A doctor, as a medical practitioner, is that individual that diagnoses the patient's condition, requests for medical investigations, carries out major surgical and procedural activities on the patient. A nurse, on the other hand, is that individual that cares for the patient, always by the patient, and ensures that the patient is taken care of both psychologically, emotionally, and otherwise, and ensures that everything, including the environment, she collaborates the workforce, she collaborates activities of every other healthcare providers to ensure that the patient gets the best from the healthcare services. So in other words, the nurse and the doctor's role differs professionally.
Okay, that's fantastic. If that is so, why do some nurses treat patients? They have small shops, because you can't call that a chemist. You have this small space. They put some what do you call it now? Some counters, so to speak, and then they have different kind of drugs there. And these nurses, in that small space of theirs, they treat people. You hear somebody say, I won't go nurse place, go take treatment. I don't understand. What does the Nursing Council, or what should the Nursing Council do about this? And investigation also reveals that most of these people are auxiliary nurses. Some don't even have any certification, not even auxiliary self. Those who learned under one person, and then they start calling themselves nurses, they wear uniform, they open a small medicine store, and they actually treat people. I need you to talk to somebody out there who has this habit of visiting such nurses.
A nurse is any person that has undergone certified period of training, whether theoretically and practically, in the nursing profession, and has written the Nursing of Nigeria exam and is licensed to practice. Same with the medical professional, and every profession, their licensing criteria and requirements. Anybody, anywhere around us, we discover that many persons will just wake up, open one place and tell you that, I'm not a nurse. The fact that they act like nurses don't make them nurses. Like you said earlier, that they are auxiliary, some of them are not certified. So we cannot refer to them as nurses. We refer to them as quacks. So the Nursing Council,
you people refer to them as quacks. What is the Nursing Council doing about this? Because what is this practice is on the increase. There are so many people out there who would rather go and visit the nurse down the road or the nurse on the next street who has a small medicine shop. They actually inject people there. They treat them. So what is the Nursing Council doing about this?
Please, I would not want us to call them nurses. These quacks.
They wear white uniform. No, they wear scrub.
They are actually quacks. They are not nurses. They are not licensed. They are not activities from their parents, from their neighbors, and just believe that they now know it. Some are actually even herbal people that have turned themselves into nurses. What Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria, we have regulatory bodies, and they are actually on the move, checking out these athletic, various unlicensed athletes, and they are shutting them down. People caught are actually sanctioned, and a lot of things are going on to nip this menace in the bud. But then, as humans, because of our kind of communal living, our people tend to prefer the person that is close to them. The person that they know within their environment, they say the person is a nurse and they go and meet the person, rather than seek care from professionals. Outside our Nursing and Midwifery Council of Nigeria, I also believe that our government have a very big role to play in this activity. There are very many, like you said, very many. They are everywhere.
So many.
Of the nation. And they are causing a lot of challenges and problems. You see people coming down with severe complications that should have been managed, beautifully, without conditions that should have been managed beautifully without complications. These quacks end up complicating these issues, and we are having increased mortality, morbidity, and mortality. People are dying in their numbers. Disease conditions are increasing in their numbers because these persons are still allowed to thrive in our society.
Okay. All right, I hope they will do something very fast. And they are usually in all those hidden areas, areas that are not so developed. I think the Nursing Council should go into those areas and save souls. Now, let's move away from that now and ask some other question. All right. So, as a nurse, which vaccines are people in Nigeria missing or delaying, and why does it matter? Because we have a lot of ailments, a lot of preventable diseases that are happening that vaccines would have corrected. So which should people really take very serious?
Vaccines are available, all right, prevents illness. But if you ask me, our government have done well already with our childhood immunization program.
Okay.
Our children, to a very large extent, are already well covered. Immunization schedule that good enough for our population. So looking at vaccines that our people should have that they don't have, I don't think we have that gap that is so obvious. There are some vaccines that some people need that we really may not need in these countries when they are traveling outside the nation, that they do need it. But the vaccines that are important to us, we have them available, and our government have made them readily available. For the newborns, they are usually free. And then for the older adults, some of these vaccines are at affordable and subsidized prices. So I don't think we are missing out on any kind of vaccine.
Or just ignore, especially for children, because there are some parents who would never take their children for immunization and all of that. Hello, Favor, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, so please respond. How important are these vaccines to us, especially to newborns?
Immunization and vaccination, childhood vaccination, is very, very important. You know, it has prevented children from having diseases that would take their lives early. It has helped our children to grow healthier and stronger. If you see our nation presently, you hardly will see a child leaping due to polio, mellitus, deformities. Why? Because oral polio vaccination is always on. We're always having it as a program, a regular program in our primary health care services. So I want to encourage our parents, by all means, immunize your children. Immunization vaccines are usually very free, especially in the primary health care centers and tertiary institutions. Government have made it free for newborns. Do well to immunize them. It will make them grow healthy. It will prevent them from having these deadly diseases like tuberculosis. All right? The child will be free from measles, from yellow fever, from hepatitis B. The child will also be free from diphtheria. Recently, there was an outbreak. The child will be free from that infection, from tetanus. All right? Also, there's this pneumococcal vaccine. The child will be able to, stay healthy and well without being infected with pneumococcal virus, and the child will be free from a lot of challenges. And the child will be able to grow well and be intelligent, because when a child is healthy, the child is able to process other activities of life better and then grow well and healthy. So parents, please, let's immunize our children. It will reduce deformity from them, and it will also reduce untimely deaths from these children.
All right, Favor, let's take a quick break here. When we come back, I'll ask one or two questions on red flags that we should be aware of. We'll take that break now. All right, thank you for staying tuned. Favor, let me ask you this a few questions before we round up, and it's on red flags, okay? What are some of the red flags during pregnancy that needs immediate medical attention? What are some of the red flags a pregnant woman should look out for? Because I know nearly all pregnant women will claim to be Hebrew women and would not want to visit the hospitals. So what are those red flags they should look out for during pregnancy that would warrant them to say, oh yeah, our hospital, here we come?
as a pregnant woman, when you discover that your pregnancy is not growing, it's a red flag. Go to the hospital for further investigation.
How many women will know that the pregnancy is not growing?
You will know that the pregnancy is not growing. Is it that, you know, for some women, the abdomen may not increase in size. You'll be feeling the weight of your baby as the baby is growing. Or you are pregnant and you've done your calculation at about 20 weeks or 24 weeks, 5 months, thereabout, like we popularly call it. You can't feel the movement of your baby. Come to the hospital. If you are pregnant and you are seeing water or you are seeing frank red blood, don't sit down. Don't call Mama Sakpolo. Come to the hospital. If you are pregnant and it's good that you are having continuous frontal headache, come to the hospital. If you are pregnant and you discover that in the course of this pregnancy, you are always having pains, lower abdominal pains, severe lower abdominal pains, come to the hospital. Amongst many other signs and symptoms that a pregnant woman should, will have. When you feel discomfort of any form, come to the hospital. It's better to be too curious than to make a mistake.
All right. As a nurse, I'm sure you would have interviewed a couple of women who report late for antenatal or who register very late for antenatal. Some of them would not want to register. They want to see the baby bump already before they go for antenatal. Why do some women run away from antenatal? Is there something the nurses are doing to them that is making them run away from antenatal? Please talk to us on the importance of antenatal.
Coming to antenatal, for some of those women, I think their causes may be multifactorial. It may be due to economical challenges, environmental challenges, institutional challenges, and so on. All right? I don't want to believe it's just about the nurses. That's the reason why people don't want to come to antenatal. Okay. They don't have the funds with which they can visit the hospital. Some other persons have this cultural belief that before you start going to the antenatal, your baby bump should be out first. It should be obvious that you are pregnant before going for antenatal care. That's not true. Antenatal care is that care that the pregnant woman, make to the hospital continuously during pregnancy. And this care, there's something we call booking. Booking is the first visit that the antenatal woman pays to the antenatal clinic. And it usually should be within 8 to 12 weeks. When you are pregnant, within 8 to 12 weeks, you should have come to the hospital for investigation, for confirmation of your pregnancy, so that they can get baseline data of your information, which they are going to use subsequently to check on you, to know if there's any deviation from normal in your health care. All right? Also, in the course of this antenatal care, they are able to assess the well-being of the mother and the fetus in utero, to know if the pregnancy is progressing positively, and to know if there's any abnormality and treat appropriately and promptly. Okay? All right? Again, one of the benefits of antenatal care is to ensure that a healthy mother and a left baby is born at the end of pregnancy. And also, antenatal care helps the woman to cope with pregnancy. Because not every woman can cope with pregnancy. So they're able to help you cope with pregnancy. There's something we call birth preparedness. All right? And
so the bottom line is that antenatal is very important.
The newborn.
All right. Favor, our time is spent. Thank you so much for finding time to be with us on the show, despite your very busy schedule today. We'll do this again next week. Thank you and bye-bye.
the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rites to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbede Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe says good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
ITV, certainly the best.
Tonight, federal government approves 150 cut-off mark for universities, waives UTME for NCE candidates. Court fixes May 15 to hear suit challenging Jonathan's eligibility. Police launch investigation into Unibank shooting incident. Right Honorable Omosede Igbinedion completes APC screening for rep seats. Plus, Lagos State Police Command rescues 4 kidnapped children. Ikogo. I'm being joined by Wilson Omasho from our Benin Network studio. Hi Wilson, it's a beautiful and cool evening here in Abuja. How is Benin today?
Well, Benin is cool and calm, a wonderful weather indeed. Good evening, it's a pleasure sharing the screen with you tonight. Joyce, how is Abuja, by the way?
Abuja is peaceful as always. Many thanks for asking. And also joining from our Lagos Network studio is Messelina Nkwo. Hi, Messelina. It's good to see you, as always.
Beautiful evening to you, Joyce, and good to see you too. Trust you're good.
Many thanks, Messelina. Remember, you can watch ITV online at www.itvradio.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms on Facebook, X, Instagram, TikTok, and YouTube at ITV Radio NG. And now let's set sail. The Joint Admissions and Matriculations Board, JAMB, has announced the minimum admission benchmark for the 2026 academic session following its annual policy meeting held Monday in Abuja. Education correspondent Comfort Idoko reports that the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alauta, also announced that candidates seeking admission into Nigeria's certificate in education programs with a minimum of 4 credits passes will no longer be required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination.
Policy meeting attended by and key education stakeholders in Abuja. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, alongside JAMB Registrar Professor Ishak Oloyede, approved 150 as the minimum admission benchmark for both public and private universities in Nigeria. For polytechnics and colleges of education, the minimum cutoff mark was fixed at 100, while colleges of nursing sciences will admit candidates with a minimum score of 150.
Any monotechnic or polytechnic in this country today now stands at 100. Less than 100 and not be admitted. For colleges of nursing, the minimum score is 100, less than and not any other. Universities, the minimum score 150. To be admitted to any other university, both public and private.
The minister further announced that candidates seeking admission into Nigerian Certificate in Education (NCE) programs with at least 4 credit passes will no longer be required to sit for the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination. According to him, the policy was introduced to expand access to teacher education and fully utilize the admission capacities of colleges of education across the country.
Candidates seeking admission into the NCE program who we know are required to sit for the UTME.
The annual policy meeting remains a key event shaping admission tertiary institutions nationwide, providing direction for institutions and millions of candidates ceasement for the 2026 academic. From Abuja, ITV News.
The Federal High Court in Abuja on Monday fixed May 15th for definite hearing in a suit seeking to stop former President Goodluck Jonathan from contesting the 27th presidential. Joseph Kadri reports that Justice Peter Lifu adjourned the matter following the absence of the plaintiff, lawyer John Mary Doby, and respondents from the court.
Proceeding cancelled former President Goodluck Jonathan, SAN, urges the court to strike out for lacking of diligent prosecution, arguing that the plaintiff had abandoned the case after preliminary objections were raised against it. Justice Peter Lifu, however, holds that there was no evidence that hearing had been served on INEC and notices be served is absent in court. Is asking the court to restrain Jonathan contesting the 2027 election, arguing that having complete tenure of the late President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua and later serving 4 years, he said they can't limit presidential. The matter adjourned for definite. From Abuja, Kadri, TV News.
Join our studio situation of Wilson to you.
Thanks a lot, Joyce, and welcome to our Benin studio. Moving on. The Edo State Police Command has identified Alexander Mogiate as the victim of the fatal shooting incident that occurred on Sunday around the University of Benin Axis in Benin City. The command's public relations officer, ASP Eno Ikoedem, who confirmed the incident to journalists on Monday, said investigations are already on the way and assured residents that those responsible will be brought to justice. Crime correspondent Joladojo reports.
According to ASP Eno Ikoedem, 3 occupants of a Mercedes-Benz Onwuke Blizzard, Alexander Omogiate, Chinenye Christian Mbago, were driving out of the University of Benin through the institution's main gate at Ugbowo when they were intercepted by another white GLK vehicle. She explained that the occupants of the unidentified vehicle reportedly wound down their windows and opened fire on the victims before fleeing the scene to an unknown destination. Alexander Omogiate, who was driving the vehicle, was confirmed dead following the attack, while the other occupants sustained varying degrees of gunshot injuries. A female passerby, identified as Dorothy Uba, was also hit during the shooting and is currently receiving treatment. ASP Eno Ikoedem further disclosed that the command has ordered a full-scale investigation into the incident to ensure that those behind the attack are tracked down and prosecuted.
We received this unfortunate report. It was a distress call that came across to the command on the 10th, which was yesterday, around 5 p.m. The officers of Ugbowo Division was deployed to the scene. The Commissioner of Police CP Monday Agbonika FDC has launched a full-scale investigation into this matter to unravel the circumstances surrounding the murder of Alexander.
The police command has appealed to members of the public with useful information to report to the nearest police station or contact the command through its emergency lines to assist ongoing investigations. From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
We do sincerely apologize for the gory image in that report. Moving on, the member representing Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Barrister Mosede Gabriel Igbenedion, has successfully completed the All Progressives Congress APC screening process ahead of the 2027 general elections. In a statement, the lawmaker described the development as a major step in a commitment to stronger representation effective service delivery and sustainable development for her constituents. Right Honorable Mosede Gabriel Igbeneghu expressed appreciation to the leadership of the APC for conducting what she described as a transparent and credible screening exercise. She also commended the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebolo, and the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, for their support and encouragement. The federal lawmaker further thanked President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the APC leadership, and the people of Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency for their continued confidence and support. She reaffirmed their commitment to purposeful leadership, impactful legislation, and people-oriented projects. Meanwhile, a member of the House of Representatives representing Ovia Northeast and Ovia Southwest Federal Constituency, Mosede Gabriel Igbeneghu, has condemned the killing of an individual near the main gate of the University of Benin Ugbowo campus. In a statement, the lawmaker described the incident as tragic, senseless, and unacceptable, expressing deep sadness over what the development. While details of the incident remain unclear and yet to be officially confirmed, Right Honorable Mosede Igbeneghu extended condolence to the victim's family and called on the Edo State Police Command and other security agencies to carry out a swift and transparent investigation to bring those responsible to justice. She also urged the University of Benin authorities to strengthen security around the campus gate, especially at vulnerable points and entry gates. The federal lawmaker assured the public of a continued commitment to improve security for students and residents across the constituency. The managing director of ITV and Radio has assured medical laboratory science students of the University of Benin of media support for their forthcoming National Association of Medical Laboratory Science Students, the MELSA convention scheduled for October 2026. The assurance was given when members of the association paid a courtesy visit to the corporate headquarters of ITV and Radio at Glasshouse Airport Road, Benin City. Joy Obaisiagbo reports.
Speaking during the visit, a medical laboratory scientist and national president of NIMELSA, Mr. Famous, appreciated the management of ITV and Radio for the warm reception accorded the delegation. He explained that the visit was aimed at seeking partnership and media support for the association's forthcoming convention, noting that collaboration with ITV and Radio would help expand awareness on critical health issues among youth and the general public.
The objective of this partnership, lastly, is to promote public awareness on the importance of health issues. We have deemed it fit for some of our activities to be aired and for the public to actually know what we are doing.
The delegation also commended ITV and Radio for their continued contributions to the development of Edo State and Nigeria through impactful broadcasting and public enlightenment programs.
So with this, I want to appreciate the management of ITV for receiving us and also for giving us the privilege to tender our appeals.
Members of the association later observed a 1-minute silence in honor of late ITV Benin reporter Kingsley Uchebu.
May his soul rest in perfect peace.
Amen. Responding, the managing director of ITV and Radio assured the students of the station's support and commended them for engaging the media early in preparation for the convention. He encouraged the students to sustain collaboration with ITV and Radio, stressing that the station remains committed to initiatives that promote public health awareness, youth development, and educational advancement.
This is the month of May, and they are visiting a media house for an event in October. It shows your ability to organize yourselves and plan. Because if you plan, you will succeed. And if you fail to plan, you are sure to have failure. As in the report sheet. This is very, very commendable.
From Benin, Joy Obaisiagbo, ITV News.
We now take you to our Lagos Network studio where Messalina has more from that region. Over to you, Messalina.
Thanks, Joe. Welcome to the Management Authority has confirmed the occurrence of a devastating Fata Road accident involving a heavily loaded bucket truck which claimed the lives of innocent pedestrian and motorcyclists along the Iyanoba flyover inward and main gate of the Lagos State University on the main carriageway of the Badagry Expressway. The agency said preliminary security findings reveal that the truck was traveling on a top speed from Volkswagen involved in Ward Badagry when the driver fatally knocked down an innocent pedestrian. Its driver was apprehended officials and handed over to security agents attached to the PPL police posts Okokomaiko alongside of the Federal Road Safety Corps, Accident and Emergency Response Team for further investigation and necessary legal procedures. In another report, Lagos State Police Command says it has rescued 4 kidnapped children and reunited them with their families following a swift intervention of the patrol team of the Alafia Bus Terminal, Koka Orili area of the state. The State's Commissioner of Police, Tijani Fatai, said the move is towards combating crimes against children and safeguarding vulnerable persons across the state. The command said preliminary investigation revealed that the children was earlier be kidnapped from the Ijesha Tedo area of Lagos State and were about to move out of their state under the cover of the night to a known destination before the timely intervention of the police.
The chairman of the Benin branch of Edo College Old Boys Association, ECOBA, and managing director of ITV and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, on Sunday led members of the newly inaugurated Executive Committee on a courtesy visit to the president worldwide of the association, Engineer Greg Ugbefun. The visit was aimed at strengthening collaboration and briefing the worldwide president on the programs and activities lined up by the Benin branch for the 2026 administrative year. Afure Aneto reports.
The delegation, which included the immediate past chairman of ECOBA Benin branch, Mr. Akim Tukura, the chairman of the branch, and managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, was warmly received by the president worldwide of ECOBA, Engineer Greg Ugbefun. Engineer Obaseki said the visit became necessary following the inauguration of the new executive to seek guidance on how to effectively drive the affairs of the branch and to appreciate the president worldwide for his commitment to the growth of the association. He also pledged the Benin branch's support and loyalty.
The Edo College is somewhere else presently, and these are products of your unusual thought process. The Edo College Old Boys Association got it very right in your choice of being president. I will also appreciate you for accepting.
Responding, the president worldwide of ECOBA, Engineer Greg Ugbefun, congratulated the new executive, describing their election as a call to duty and service rather than celebration. Engineer Ugbefun noted that ECOBA is currently experiencing renewed growth and transformation through technology-driven initiatives and strategic programs aimed at strengthening the alumni network and repositioning Edo College for greater impact.
The success of the association is not based on me. Based on commitment, on people's desire to do what they can do. So ECOBA is going to be majorly driven by technology. If we do not use technology to drive what God is putting in our hands, we could lose it.
Also speaking, the immediate past chairman of ECOBA Benin branch, Mr. Akim Tukura, said the visit further demonstrated the branch's commitment to supporting the vision and leadership direction of the worldwide body.
If the plans he has for ECOBA is allowed to filter into the new ESCO, the sky will be our limits.
From Benin, Ofure Aneta, ITV News.
An international organization, the International The Generational Kingdom Purpose Foundation Library, GKPFL, has commenced a special archive project focused on documenting the philosophy and human purpose legacy associated with the late Madam Esther Imagororo Idahosa, mother of the Edo State Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa. The initiative is aimed at preserving her life, values and contributions for research, learning and future generations. Deborah Ogbaifun reports.
In a bid to preserve the memories and enduring legacy of late Madam Esther Imagororo Idahosa, who passed on at the age of 95, the Idahosa family approved the comprehensive documentation of her life, beliefs and contributions to humanity. As archive experts from the Generational Kingdom Purpose Foundation Library deployed digital equipment for the collection and preservation of photographs, recorded testimonies, speeches, handwritten notes, and other historic family records for our digital archive project.
We as an institution have vision to archiving histories, the legacies of people with great status. And these legacies we are putting on pen and paper to make sure that generations yet unborn will have something to mend in the right way of their life.
She has left a legacy in our hearts that will ever remain in our life forever. So we don't want this legacy to be lost.
Now the legacy of the kind life when our mama when live. Now life when they emulate.
Speaking from the Republic of Ireland, the founder of GKPFL, Mr. Kevin Usaugyabun, appreciated the Deputy Governor, Right Honorable Dennis Idahosa, and members of the Idahosa family for approving the project.
We are currently archiving the purpose of Excellency's mother's existence, which is going to be on the Generational Kingdom Purpose Foundation Library, where educational materials will be created. And we are not just preserving the departed ones, we are preserving human source values that starts from a conception.
The Generational Kingdom Purpose Foundation Library also disclosed that its digital studio and archive center is located at 172 Ekewan Road, Benin City, while its international headquarters is situated in the Republic of Ireland. In Benin, Deborah Ogbaifun, ITV News.
Our state and national assemblies primaries of the All Progressives Congress in Edo State draws near. The indications that party leaders in Owan West local government area are desirous to reconcile their differences and restore unity within the party. This follows a high-level meeting held at the residence of a prominent party leader where key stakeholders resolved to embrace peace and strengthen the party ahead of future political engagements. William Chiama has more.
In a decisive move to end the crisis, leaders of the party converged on the residence of High Chief Lucky Ohimai, popularly known as Tarex, for a reconciliation meeting aimed at fostering unity. At the meeting, Speaker, Edo State House of Assembly, Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku, made a passionate appeal to party leaders and stakeholders to forgive past grievances and embrace peace in the interest of the party. He acknowledged the leadership of High Chief Lucky Ohimai in Onwa West local government area, pointing out that leadership must be respected at all levels, and called on members to put aside differences to ensure progress and stability within the party. The Speaker also used the opportunity to formally declare his intention to seek a third term in office.
Nobody is doubting the leadership of my brother Tarex. I've never doubted his leadership. I'm also in this race so that the party will be very much aware.
Meet with our board executive, our leaders, so that we can harmonize together. You are our son, you are our brother. We all work together as one family.
While acknowledging the peace move and leadership role of High Chief Lucky Ohimai, leaders at the ward and local government levels expressed strong opposition to Right Honorable Blessing Agbebaku's third-term ambition.
That he want to run for the House of Assembly. Is it fair? No. Will you allow it? No. It will never happen.
It will be from those aspirants who have taken forward.
He has done first time. It's not a third time. Is it now only John West? Personal company.
In In a further engagement, the leadership of High Chief Lucky Ohimai held another meeting with party members to outline decisions taken and discuss the way forward for the APC in our West. Despite the reconciliation efforts, Right Honorable Agbebaku's ambition for a third term faced rejection across 11 wards local government, highlighting ongoing political tensions within the party. The situation in our West local government area remains a developing political story as party leaders continue consultations to strengthen unity and cohesion within the APC. William Siama, ITV News.
Proceedings in the Edo Tipper drivers' leadership tussle suffered a setback on Monday at the court after fresh applications emerged during a sitting earlier scheduled for hearing of the plaintiff's case and presentation of witnesses. Jolado Joe reports that the matter involving aggrieved chairmanship aspirants Fred Owumose and Victor Osemige against the current chairman of the association, Comrade Osaro Aigbeka, stems from the disputed October 17, 2024 election of the union's leadership.
At the resumed sitting before Honorable Justice Shuka Obiozo, counsel to the plaintiff, Barrister Chris Otasowie, informed the court of an application seeking to present witnesses and also sought leave to file additional disposition in response to issues raised in the defendant's reply and statement of defense. However, counsel to the defendant, Barrister Leonard Osawagie, informed the court of a motion filed earlier in the day challenging the plaintiff's application. The defense argued that the claimants were attempting to expand the scope of the suit beyond the original statement of defense. Counsel to plaintiffs, however, questioned the validity and admissibility of the motion, insisting that it was filed on the same day fixed for hearing, contrary to court procedures, which require motions to be filed at least 2 days before hearing. After listening to arguments from both parties, Justice Obiozo adjourned the matter to May 20th and 25th and June 10th and 11th for continued hearing. Both counsel comment on the ruling.
The matter was supposed to be for hearing of the plaintiff's case, but the third defendant counsel filed a motion. We needed time to respond to that motion so that motion will be heard on the merits. So the court has graciously adjourned that motion. We are going to be very prepared. We have assured court that before Wednesday this week, we will file our response to that application.
The law has procedure. We also have a motion to strike out certain paragraphs in the reply that he filed, which we also told court we are willing to take. And we are ready. If they are ready, we are ready.
From Benin, Jola Adeojo, ITV News.
The Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Ikpomosa Omodion, has formally handed over the site to contractors for the construction of artificial insemination and veterinary diagnostic centers in Irua, Esa Central Local Government Area. The project is aimed at boosting productivity in the livestock sector and is coordinated by L-Press, a World Bank-supported project of the Edo State Ministry of Livestock Development. Williams Yama reports.
Edo State Commissioner for Livestock Development, Professor Ignatius Omodion, who led a delegation of the ministry, including staff of L-Press project, to Irua, Esa Central Local Government Area, officially handed over the project site to the contractors, Lomcat Energy Limited, and in Asemshare, Febu Design Nigeria Limited, for the commencement of construction of veterinary diagnostic centers with cold chain facilities for vaccines and other medicals and artificial insemination centers. Professor Omodion said the site has been designated as a livestock hub for the Southern Zone, pointing out that other proposed facilities include 6 piggery production units and 8 poultry houses.
No doubt that this will obviously boost economic activities. And we must finish this job is scheduled to finish in 6 months from today. And let's endeavor to deliver what we are proposing upon.
Permanent Secretary, Edo State Ministry of Livestock Development, Dr. Lucky Adebudu, and State L-Press Project Coordinator, Mrs. Betsy Ikpekume, who commented on the project, commended Sinomo-led Okpebholo administration for the laudable initiative. Earlier, the commissioner and his entourage paid a court visit to the palace of the Noje of Irua, His Royal Highness Al-Haji William Mamudu II, the Okaijesan Officer Land, to solicit his support and royal blessings towards the project. The project is expected to be completed in 6 months. William Siama, ITV News.
The University of Benin has inducted 119 radiography graduates from the Department of Radiography School of Basic Medical Sciences into the profession. The second induction and oath-taking ceremony held at the Akin Deco Auditorium, Ugbobo campus, formally admitted the graduate into professional practice. The report by Esther Ogoro is presented by Ikpomosa Ugiagbe.
Only and truthfully pledge to devote my professional life.
It was a moment of excellence and celebration as the newly qualified radiographers took oath of service. Head of department, Mrs. Fanny Igbenedion, appreciated stakeholders for their support and mentorship, urging the inductees to serve with compassion, empathy, and practice with purpose.
They should carry out their duties professionally at all times and empathy. No professional can practice, especially in the health sector, without empathy.
In a keynote lecture titled Rising Through Radiance, a New Generation of Radiographers, Professor Christopher Ohagu highlighted the growing impact of technological advancement in medical imaging and encouraged the graduates to pursue specialized areas within the profession.
The more of AI you know, the better. That makes you the modern day radiographer. There are opportunities for improvement to climb the ladder and get to the top.
The overall best graduating student, Iyemi Fohai Caleb, and best graduating student in ultrasound and CT, Agbonta Gift, expressed gratitude for their success. While course advisor and planning committee chairperson, Mrs. Emanuela Oke, commended the students' dedication.
So I feel so excited, elated, because my parents happy for their support.
Very grateful for being the best graduating student. Honestly, I couldn't have done this without the help of everyone around me. I couldn't have done this without the help of my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, because it's the reason why I could achieve this.
I'm very happy planning this committee because I have a special bond with these students. Planning it, I've been praying for it to be successful, and looking at them smiling, I'm fulfilled.
The ceremony climaxed with the oath-taking administered by the Registrar of the Radiographers Registration Board of Nigeria, represented by Dr. Ejimofo Malakai, alongside presentation of award and certificates. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
Pupils and students of Los Angeles Academy on Monday visited the communications village of ITV and radio on an excursion. The students were taken on a guided tour around the station's state-of-the-art facilities to learn the fundamentals of modern-day broadcasting. The report is presented by Ikpomosa Ugiagbe.
The pupils and students of Los Angeles Academy were taken on the excursion by independent television and radio tour guide Anu Lowakbo Stevens to various sessions of the media house. Places visited include the state-of-the-art television studio, master control room, library, radio studio, transmitters hall, and the base of the mast. At every stop, the tour guide took the visitors through the technical processes involved, giving the students insights into operations of the facilities.
That is called the MCR. Can you say that after me? MCR. Beautiful. And over there you have your presentation director, also known as PD, is the one that directs the presenter in the studio on what to do, when to stop, when to take break, and when to conclude the show.
Some of the excited students and their teacher narrated their experience.
Anytime that the power fails, the solar will charge it up to continue working. And there are other things like the library is a place where there are many cassettes, many books that are being released.
I learned that the person who controls the library is a librarian.
I believe the children learned a lot by seeing how they receive signals in their homes through telecommunication.
Los Angeles Academy is located at number 8 Iraigben Street off Ekenwa Road, Benin City. Ikmomosa Ugiagbe, ITV News.
The federal government has introduced new measures aimed at combating drug and substance abuse in secondary schools, including mandatory drug tests for students and temporary suspension for repeat offenders after treatment and rehabilitation procedures. Under the new policy, all newly admitted students in secondary schools will undergo compulsory drug integrity tests at the point of entry. The measures are contained in the National Implementation Guidelines Against Drug and Substance Use in Schools in Nigeria for Secondary Schools. The guideline outlines a framework aimed at reducing the growing prevalence of substance abuse among students and creating safer learning environments across schools nationwide. According to the document, the policy is designed to create a conducive environment for teaching and learning by reducing the negative effects of substance abuse on students, mental health and academic performance. The guideline states that all students will undergo periodic and impromptu drug tests at least once every academic session. It also prohibits students from using or possessing narcotic drugs, controlled substances or other drugs of abuse without authorization from school authorities. Students who fail the first drug test will undergo counseling and initial treatment as determined by school authorities. Those who test positive a second time will be referred to professionals for further treatment and specialized attention. In addition, every school is expected to establish a disciplinary committee headed by the school administrator to enforce compliance with the guidelines. The Ondo State Police Command has arrested a security officer attached to the Ondo State General Hospital, Igbotako, in Ukitipupa local government area, alongside another suspect over the alleged vandalism and theft of hospital property. The command's public relations officer, DSP Abayomi Jumo, disclosed this in a statement issued on Sunday. According to the police spokesperson, the prime suspect, identified as Promise Gaspar, allegedly gained unlawful access to the hospital premises, vandalized electrical installations and carted away electrical cables before his arrest. Jimo added that the security officer, Pogbara Segalo, was also arrested for alleged dereliction of duty after reportedly abandoning his duty post at the time of the incident. He said detectives were immediately deployed to the scene where preliminary investigation was conducted and evidential materials, including photographs of the damaged installations, were obtained. Acting on credible intelligence, police operatives later arrested the suspect, who reportedly confessed to the crime during interrogation. Further investigation, according to the police, revealed negative on the part of security personnel attached to the facility, creating the opportunity for the criminal act to occur. The police spokesperson said the stolen electrical cables have been recovered, while investigations have been intensified to determine whether other accomplices were involved. He added that the suspect will be charged to court upon the conclusion of the investigation. In our talking business, the federal government has urged the World Bank to speed up the approval and release of project funds meant for Nigeria, warning that long delays could affect the country's willingness to continue with some funding arrangements. Accountant General of the Federation, Sam Shidin Babatunde Ogunjime, made the appeal during a meeting with a delegation from the World Bank led by Mrs. Tread Lane in Abuja. Director of Press and Public Relations Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, Mr. Bawa Mokwa, in a statement says Nigeria deserves faster processing of funding requests because the facilities involved are loans that must be repaid and not grants. The Accountant General explained that delayed approval often affects the implementation of government development programs and projects tied to the facilities. He urged the bank to shorten its approval timeline and ensure quicker disbursement of funds to support Nigeria's economic and development priorities. In our talking entertainment, the governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, has asked for united and uncompromising fight against piracy in Africa's entertainment industry, warning that creative excellence and artistic brilliance will amount to little if creators are denied the full reward of their hard work. His remarks came at a point where there is a growing advocacy to protect Africa's creative economy at a time when Nigerian and African entertainment continued to command global attention. Addressing key figures in the entertainment sector, the 12th edition of the Africa Magic Viewers' Choice Award held at the Eco Hotels in Lagos. The Lagos State Governor said the continued rise of Africa's creative industry must be matched by deliberate efforts to eliminate piracy in all its form. Sanwo-Olu said all the great work of entertainers will amount to nothing if piracy takes shine out of them, stressing that intellectual property theft remains one of the greatest threats to the economic future of entertainers. And on the foreign scene, United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer is battling to preserve his political future amid mounting calls for his resignation following Labour Party losses in local elections. Patience Osaogiwa reports.
In a crucial speech on Monday, Starmer accepted responsibility for Labour's disappointing performance, describing the result as very tough and pledging to confront the country's major challenges. He admitted the party had made mistakes but defended key policy decisions, including avoiding direct involvement in the Iran conflict. Starmer also highlighted reduced NHS waiting list, measures to tackle child poverty and immigration reforms, insisting that the fundamentals are sound. The Prime Minister warned that Labour faces growing threats from both Reform UK and the Green Party, accusing them of exploiting public frustration and despair. Starmer described Labour as a mainstream party of power, not protest, and promised fresh legislation to secure the future of British Steel, rebuild ties with Europe and guarantee jobs, training or work placements for young people. However, pressure on its leadership continues to intensify. Labour reportedly lost nearly 1,005 councillors in England, with major gains recorded by Reform UK and the Greens. More than 30 Labour members of Parliament are said to have either called for Starmer's resignation or demanded a timetable for his departure. Patience Osaogiwa, ITV News.
And now talking sports and football, Barcelona confirmed themselves as 2025-2026 La Liga champions on Sunday with a 2-0 win against Real Madrid in El Clasico at the Spotify Camp Nou. Hansi Flick, whose father passed away prior to kickoff, made 2 changes to the side that won at Osasuna last weekend, with Marcus Rashford and Ferran Torres drafted in. It was Rashford that struck the opening 9 minutes as he coiled home a wonderful free kick from the edge of the penalty area that returning Real Madrid goalkeeper Thibaut Courtois could not get close to. 10 minutes later, it was 2-0, a fine team move as Fermin Lopez played Dani Olmo in behind, and his back heel was perfectly into the path of Torres, who made no mistake to fire beyond Courtois for Barcelona's second goal of the evening. The second half of the Spotify Camp Nou saw very little action aside from the old incident where Barcelona and Real Madrid players squared up to each other. And that's it on ITV Network News tonight. Thanks a lot for watching. Good night.
The new Edion expressed excitement as he danced and rejoiced before the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawori Igbinedion, who also joined in the dance. As visiting and paying of homage to various homes of senior elders continued, the initiates spent 7 days performing diverse kinds of rites as required by tradition. They were furnished with rules and regulations regarding their new office as Edion.
That I grew up in this community to the point that they have now also chosen me as an elder in this community. It's a thing of great joy. All thanks to the Esama of Benin, my people, my family, everybody, all Okada community for this great honor. I am very, very grateful.
Well, this is my brother. I'll call him my uncle because he grew up with my father. I'm so proud of him because we are doing the same rituals as the Edions of the Okada. It is our duty for us to make this place a greater place, for outsiders to come and see the goodness of God in Okada. And I'm proud of every one of us here. So shall it be to each and every one of us in Jesus' name.
Odion ma no kada zima esama zima dion bona zima dion obala zima dion mara we ma ri o esama dion na ni ma do pon mi sama ni ma do gbe ken sama e ma dio wa re na esama ma gbe ken ne o sa bo obuyo bi to ne ba no ge to ni maga no dia mi maga me ma ni do gbe ken ne de na e ma ya fe e ma to o e ma agbon o oro pa ewu dori e ma di awo re ne o be ti agbon ya no we mi maga me ni Jesus Christ no mi afa
in this summer in our father's house in respect of our initiation to elders Edion level. As tradition demands, we are here today to come and also pay our homage to him, also for him to also pray for us for long life and prosperity.
The climax after 7 days was paying of homage again to the Edion way, where he gave the initiates the full rights to function and to henceforth participate in meetings with Edion. It will go down in the history and minds of Okada community, Ovia people, Edo State, and Nigeria in general. The ambience, style, and the colorful ceremony associated with the 2025 initiation into the Edion Council of former Governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakari Igbinedion, his brothers Bright Ayamakwe Igbinedion, Honorable Charles Osenwige Igbinedion, Peter Osawori Igbinedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbinedion, Barrister Mike Osane Igbinedion, Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Gwede Onwunse, Honorable Efosa Douglas Igbinedion, Ukponwa Igbinedion, Osawe Igbinedion, Edosa Igbinedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbinedion, as well as Agbong Steve Igbinedion, among other sons of Okada.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete.
Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Oṣòdì aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀yọ̀bá aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ọ̀dọ̀yẹ aṣojú ọba àtọ́pẹ́. Ẹgbẹ̀júwà.
All right, good afternoon and thanks for joining us again on the program African Discourse on Independent Television. My name is Evans Zunokuge. Today, ordinarily, it's May 11th, and just on the sideline anyway. I remember some years ago when May 11th, talking about Bob Nesta Marley, one African legend that the world will not forget in a hurry. So even after so many years, after the legendary Bob Marley has gone, we understand that the philosophies that were contained in his songs are still things that we still talk about, we still remember today. So even as we remember Bob Marley, we say kudos to him many years after his death. Anyway, the program is African Discourse, and we're not talking about Bob Nesta Marley today, but we are looking at something that starts today. I'm talking about the Summit 2026 Africa France Summit in Kenya. As we speak now, we understand that more than 25 African leaders gathered in Nairobi, Kenya, whereby the 2026 Africa France Summit is going to be held. So we're going to be extracting the benefits, the partnership benefits of that summit on this program today. Well, to do all this today, we are so privileged to have an erudite author and, of course, an international conflict resolution expert. And good enough, he's with the UniDelta, University of Delta, Agbo. I'm talking about the international conflict resolution expert, Nowita Egbotako, a serial author. Mr. Nowita Egbotako, you're welcome to the program African Discourse.
Thank you for having me.
How is UniDelta?
UniDelta is cool. It's one of the best schools in Sub-Saharan because it's been taken care of by the state government. The school is moving fast.
Okay. Anyway, the information that we are following now, talking about the France-Africa Summit, is that President Tinubu has arrived this morning in Nairobi, Kenya, ahead of the Africa-France Summit scheduled to open later today. And we understand that the Airbus A330-200 conveying the president landed at the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport in Nairobi at about 12:15 a.m. local time on Monday today. And Tinubu visit to Kenya, the second time since July 2023, marks the second leg of his three-nation tour, which began with global investors and a reaffirmation of Nigeria's commitment to fiscal discipline and economic reforms. And also we also read that Africa's France Summit, co-chaired by French President Emmanuel Macron and Kenyan President William Ruto, will hold from today, Monday, till tomorrow, May 12, 2026. The summit tagged Africa Forward, Africa-France partnerships for innovation and growth with focus on energy transition, green industrialization, and of course, digital transformation, climate action, and reconstruction, reconstructing the global financing architecture. And also, too, the presidency said Tinubu's participation underscores Nigeria's commitment to strengthening strategic partnerships with African nations and France. So all these are some of the information that we are following on the visit today. Well, Nowita Egbotako is a good one that the issues of Africa is going to be discussed in Kenya. Thank God the last time we had such a summit, it was taken outside the shores of Africa, that bothered a lot of, analysts. But let's start from expectations from this summit. What do you think we should be expecting?
First of all, before I want to go into expectations, I feel so sad, very, very sad, that this type of leadership is coming from a super colonial master. Why France? Why not a President Tinubu, for instance, to initiate this kind of, high-level, summit? Because colonialists remain colonialists. They're after the weight of Africa. Because we know what has happened recently in Francophone Africa, where most African countries, and their youths are saying they never want France to be doing what they've been doing, recolonializing Africa, the Francophone countries. So I don't see any drastic positive expectation from this summit, because most of African leaders, they are not pro-people. They are not pro-masses. They do have fantastic agenda to take the people from poverty. So what are we talking about? Climate change, talking about
innovation of AI.
What is the AI innovation? For me, I'm not excited, because we are talking of Africa now. I have to take Africa from the dung, from miserable situation Africa and African find themselves today. Not for the colonial a super colonial master in conjunction with William Ruto in Kenya. Kenya even have a fantastic credentials in governance? No. We know what has happened in Kenya recently. So for me, the summit is an agenda for Emmanuel Macron to re-enter Africa properly again. Because for me, France have been beaten back, like what we've seen in Burkina Faso, in Mali, in Niger. Those governments are saying, we don't need you. We can develop without France. And it is sad that even with what France have been doing since independence and post-independence, that our Nigerian president, for instance, still find solace, still find peace, going to Paris to go and do what? That's the way I look at it. Because colonialism is real, and they're after African wealth. They are no after African development. Macron is fronting this summit, as I said, to re-enter, to renegotiate how to exploit African wealth. Because now, the powerful countries are slipping away. Some of them have slipped. For instance, Niger is gone.
With the experience in Niger.
Niger is gone. Yeah. Burkina Faso is gone. So for me, I don't say anything serious, because African redemption lies on, proactive, missionary, visionary agenda. Not for one guy from Paris, not come and tell you what to do. For me, it is shameful. It is, maybe because of what I know, because of my background. I don't see anything positive. At the end of the day, it's for Emmanuel Macron to have his way, to talk his way. Bilateral agreement, he has already signed an agreement with William Ruto. All the agreement they've been signing with Africa is being lopsided. It has never benefited Africa and Africans. Me, I don't see any expectations. If there's any expectation, it's negative, because I don't see how the crop of African leaders, most of them are not revolutionaries. Most of them are not visionary. They are not missionary. Kenya, for instance, is William Ruto, since he's been there. Is he a great leader? There's human rights issue in that country. The issue of economic, decline. We've had several protests in Nairobi and suburb. So what are we talking? William Ruto he doesn't have the magic wand to do anything extra, anything extraordinary, anything fantastic. It's my opinion for Africa. More or less with a sinister France, for instance. France has never had a positive history, or a positive history of romance with Africa and Africans.
You mean partnership now?
The partnership have been one-sided. So for me, I give kudos to Emmanuel Macron. He's a thinking leader.
Anyway,
what a President Tinubu could not do, for instance. Nigeria is the largest country in Africa. If Tinubu would have done this, would have initiated a meeting, take African nations and leaders to Abuja. How do we move forward in the present global challenges and threats? We have oil crisis all over the world now, caused by one man in the White House, President Donald Trump. So for me, I don't know.
But Nowita Igbotako, don't you think that instead of us to criticize this partnership summit, let us look at some aspects of this summit that perhaps we've never had? I mean, the initiation of AI as part of technology, has crept into human experience and all that, and that's going to be one of the focal points of this summit. Don't you think that these new innovations in technology, most especially as Nigeria pushes forward for more technological advancements. Take, for example, in the area of fighting insecurity and all that. Don't you think that this summit will be of great benefit to Nigeria and perhaps to other African countries?
We are already enjoying some of the benefits. I am in the academic environment. We start in season and things like that. But at the end of the day, who are the benefactors? Who are the greatest benefactors of the year? Do we produce any cereal here in Africa? The machinery, the what have you, the industry. It's being produced outside the shores of Africa. If anything, they want to market the artificial intelligence thing so that more dollars and euro and franc, what I'm trying to say is that is the economic interest of France that is uppermost. Do we manufacture any AI thing? All the gadgets are brought from across the shores of Africa. Yes or no? So it's how to cajole African leaders into buying their product. Just I was talking about the Global Village the other day. Who are the greatest beneficiaries of Global Village? The people,
the colonial masters.
Colonial masters who have built the gadgets, who have the industries, who have the fertile atmosphere to exploit Africa and Africans. I'm talking very clearly because of my background. Because I know that new colonialism exists. Anything that's coming from outside Africa is how to manipulate Africans. That is the reality. Anyway. So it's a challenge for Africa and Africans to think beyond Emmanuel Macron, for instance. That's what I said earlier. What of it, President Tinubu, it's a challenge. He will be the one. Nigeria is a giant in Africa.
Anyway,
or South Africa.
In as much as we are not...
For me, nothing fantastic that will benefit Africa and Africans. Because we still have corrupt people. We have corrupt leaders, corrupt politicians, at the end of the day, who manipulate any situation that's coming to their own benefit. Look at the global health crisis now, caused by Donald Trump misadventure in Iran. Look at how it's affecting Nigeria and Nigerians. There's no cushion effect from the federal government of Nigeria to even say, even Iran that America went to bomb, their petroleum prices are not as worse as what we have in Nigeria. Imagine that. So we have governments, we have leaders who are not proactive about governance. The nitty-gritty. How would this affect the ordinary man? The people that voted you into power. How do you influence them? Is there any succor in Nigeria, for instance, as a result of the global energy crisis? Many people can no longer ride their cars. Many people, so
perhaps at the end
maybe I'm talking like this because I know too well. I know what is happening. I don't want to agree that they have any carrot. It's for the advantage of the new colonialists. Emmanuel Macron, I give it a term once again. It's starting great that what his predecessors have done.
Yeah, viewers out there, in case if you just joined us, the program is African Discourse on Independent Television, and we are looking at the summit that starts today in Nairobi, Kenya, whereby over 25 heads of states in Africa are gathering together in Nairobi. And we understand that this summit is on the invitation of Emmanuel Macron of France, and that's just with this. Now, Nowita Egbutako is our guest. Now, Nowita, at the risk of not trying to make our president the focus, I mean, we are not talking about Emmanuel Macron relationship with our president. I mean,
but more than Nigeria is a big guy in the Committee of Nations in Africa.
Just hold on. International. I know. More than 25 African leaders, as we speak now, the summit is ongoing because it starts today. But let us look at what seems to be a major concern. And most persons seems to want to ask the question, what is this relationship between our presidents, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the French President Emmanuel Macron. I mean, remember before the summit started today, President Ahmed Tinubu has left the country
for several hours
onward to France. And we understand that it was from France that
France
it's going to come to Nairobi. Then from Nairobi, it's going to be going to Kigali. That's Rwanda. I think from tomorrow and all that.
Yes.
Now, what do you make of this? I don't want to use the word cynical, but what do you make of this relationship between our presidents and Emmanuel Macron, France?
Well, you know, unfortunately, we have a president that is not so popular with the Nigerian people. That's a part of the matter.
That may just be your
opinion. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
And we know what happened. We know how he came in as president and things like that. And given the terrible history of France versus Africa and Francophone countries, it is not. It's not Paris.
Nigeria is not a Francophone.
I know,
so
I know.
This
okay. Nigeria is supposed to be an Anglophone.
Nigeria is an Anglophone country.
Okay, when you ask me, what is special in Paris?
That's the question I'm asking. I mean,
because
the first time
our president is tied
I remember
to the April Spring.
Even when Emmanuel Macron came to West Africa some years ago, he came to Nigeria. You know, this same relationship between.
Well, I think. Well, let's go a bit on the softer side. Macron is a child of Nigeria. He's been moving around Nigeria even before he became, you know, in his formative years. Maybe that's why he's getting himself tied to Nigeria, for instance. But his relationship with Tinubu presidency, for me, is not to benefit you and I. I see Tinubu presidency aligned with Paris for political, economic, and whatever survival. Because Tinubu is not a popular candidate in Nigeria. That is my opinion. It's my opinion.
But he's the president
because
now.
Most people are not happy.
He is the leader of the biggest party.
Because the economic situation in Nigeria has gone beyond the ordinary people's expectations. It's terrible. In fact, Nigeria currency now is one of the weakest.
So are you saying that relationship with Emmanuel Macron will make him popular?
It just survival. Before you know it, whether you like it or not, France is a superpower. It's among the big five.
Yeah.
So the kind of relationship Tinubu is enjoying with Macron, for instance, or France, it doesn't have that with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is another, you know, an erratic.
Now, Nowita, the question that I'm kind of asking is
personal survivor, not for the survival of Nigeria.
Even if you
that
call
the Tinubu presidency is romancing with Paris.
Yeah, you hold on. Even if you call it personal survivor, now little wonder how come this relationship. I mean, this is not the first time we are seeing the relationship. How come this relationship has not metamorphosed into something beneficial for Nigeria? As we speak, you said it a while ago that France, a member of the United Nations Security Council,
a member of the Super Five.
I mean, Nigeria is still grappling with insecurity. One would have thought that, okay, since Emmanuel Macron, you also said that he's the baby of Nigeria, and also there's a strong relationship between him and the president. One would have expected that, okay, this relationship is, you know, manifesting in the fighting of insecurity in the country.
What have I said when I began? That whatever relationship is not beneficial to African continent. Because most African leaders, they don't have the charisma. They don't have the force. They don't have the mentality. They don't have the characteristic. Most African leaders, not all, to combat the manipulations from the Western sphere. So now you just ask a question. In spite of Tinubu's romance to Paris, to Emmanuel Macron, what has he brought to the table for Nigerian people? Insecurity is an issue. Kidnapping is an issue. You see the massacre happening in the northern part. In fact, at every corner of Nigeria, insecurity is an issue. What helps has Emmanuel Macron given to Tinubu in the name of security? None. The other day it was Donald Trump that even did one Christmas shocker the other day. He sent some bombers, and since then the man is still watching. And people say, Donald Trump, come and rescue us. What has Emmanuel Macron done for Nigeria in the name of security? What is Emmanuel Macron done for Nigeria in the name of economic rejuvenation? Nigeria is one of the Naira has been beaten so badly that the Naira has become like a tissue paper. A Togo, a Ghana currency is higher than the Nigerian Naira.
We understand that there are plans on that way.
Most Togolese, most Nigerians, they are going back to their country. They say Nigeria is no more Nigeria. It is sad. That's what I'm saying. That what is the meaning of the summit in Nairobi? Who is fronting the summit? Who is leading the summit? Emmanuel Macron, there are no agenda for Nigeria, for instance, because President Tinubu are not able to put him down. So what do you have for Nigerian people?
Anyway,
it's very clear. It's glaring. You say you have a romance with Paris or Elysee Palace, Abuja, Elysee Palace. What is happening? What is happening to Nigeria? Are we breathing properly, economically, security-wise? Everything is still lopsided. Everything is still tilted in favor of Emmanuel Macron. Even some of the magic or the I call it showmanship being displayed by Donald Trump. Some uncoordinated. He's one of the most uncoordinated presidents in American history. It's my opinion. It's my opinion.
Yeah, it's because
it's my opinion because I know.
Yeah.
Because all these people, they are not after our progress. It's funny. When we talk about AI just now, do we produce? Is there any AI factory in Nigeria or anywhere?
But it's part of our technology as it stands now.
I don't know. They will build the technology. The few work that Nigerians have, Nigerian unemployment will become an issue. The AI has its own disadvantages. It has advantages. Some of us are enjoying it in the academic world. But given the kind of leadership, kind of the mentality we have in Africa, in most of African capitals, where they will sit down in a room with their counterparts in France or in Europe, they are not in charge. My brother, do you get what I'm saying? They're not in charge.
Okay.
Before
we go for a break, so that we don't focus so much on just one point. Now, some of the information we are also following is that the president, that's Nigeria's president, is expected to address the summit, whereby he will highlight his administration's reforms aimed at repositioning Nigeria as a prime destination for investment and growth. Now, like what I said in Nwita a while ago, that this summit is basically economic.
I know now.
You know, the first time, one of the first time that we're having such a summit in East Africa.
Yes.
Even if we understand that major West African countries are part of it, like Nigeria and all that. But let's look at our president's, statements, because it's going to be giving a keynote address at the summit. Now, what do you think in that keynote address is going to be telling African leaders and perhaps world leaders the investment opportunities that are in Nigeria? How do you think he's going to do that? When what investment opportunities do you think he's going to be talking about?
Me, I don't have confidence.
No, you cannot say you don't have confidence.
It's my opinion.
Except if you just want not to be patriotic.
To be patriotic,
yes,
when the Naira under this administration has become worthless, like in fact, the toilet is even.
No, you can't. I won't let you.
That is the situation.
I will not let you say that. Even if you, we understand
for the first time in decades, Nigeria currency cannot withstand the CFA in Togo, the CD in Ghana. Let me just give an example of these two countries. Are we moving backward or are we moving forward? According to Fela Anikulapo, are we raising backward or are we raising forward? We are moving backward. The other day it was Buhari. Everybody said, "This man go." The situation that by Buhari is worse than what we experience, because the currency is a major factor that control a lot of things.
Okay, we'll take a short pause now. The program is still African Discourse on Independent Television, and our focus this afternoon is the 2026 summit in Nairobi, whereby more than 25 African head of states are already gathered in Kenya, Nairobi in Kenya, and looking at the way forward. Our president, the Nigeria's president, is going to be addressing the summit this afternoon, and of course that's just the way it is. So when we return after this short break, we're going to be looking at more partnership at this summit. Apart from Emmanuel Macron, apart from France, other African nations are also going to be there. So what kind of partnership are we looking at, and how would it benefit Nigeria as a nation? Please stay tuned. All right, thank you one more time. So good to know that you're still there on the program African Discourse with Evans Unokogie. And our topic this afternoon is looking at the 2026 Summit, Africa-France Summit, on the way as we speak in Nairobi, Kenya. And our president is attending. And of course, this summit is hosted by the French President Emmanuel Macron. And that's just the way it is. Well, it's hosted, it's put together by Emmanuel Macron of France, but it's hosted by William Ruto in Kenya. Now, Nowita Ibutako is our guest this afternoon. As we're trying to look at, all the African leaders, because we're talking about partnership now. Nigeria is going to be looking at investment opportunities whereby they can partner with the world, so to say, all the African countries and all that. Now, at the risk of not trying to ask what can other African countries, what kind of benefit it can bring to Nigeria, because it looks as if that the problem we have in Africa is somehow multi-duplicated. I mean,
multidimensional.
Multidimensional and somehow similar. There seems to be underdevelopment, misgovernance across the continent and all that. So I don't know. So if we have that kind of situation, now how do we now see this partnership with other African heads, benefiting other nations in the continent? In other words, say for example, if the underdevelopment in Nigeria is almost similar with the one we have in Ghana, maybe also similar with the one we have with Rwanda, or even the host country now, Kenya. So how do we now see the partnership with Kenya benefiting Nigeria or vice versa?
Well, I'm not an economist, but I will speak from international relations perspective. And even if I say I'm not an economist, but in a situation where you have leaders, most leaders who are not focused, who doesn't have positive agenda to take the people for the dumps of poverty, multi-dimensional poverty, not ordinary poverty, poverty that is rooted. Okay, for instance, William Ruto, since he came on board, he has been a disaster in Kenya. Have you forgotten the spirit of protest, the madness that took over Nairobi? Have you forgotten it?
But even at that, he won the last election.
The elections are manipulated. Those what we have in our climb. So, partnership will always come up. They always sign memorandum, MOU. But how do this partnership? Because that's my major concern. Because the basic, for me, the basic meaning of governance, the meaning of governance, as far as I'm concerned, is to let it rub on the people. The people are the stakeholders. The people say, okay, we'll give you power. Come on. But when you not get power, you don't remember the people. You go there, you go into mass stealing. Mass stealing is what is taking place without recourse to conscience. Look at what I'm sorry, I'm not going far from. Look at what happened at the NNPC the other day, the revelation. Trillions of dollars unaccounted for. These are replicas. all over most African capitals. So there will only be partnership, agricultural partnership, educational personal. The other time, I was watching the other side, as we are threatening to strike. It's part of the wealth we have in this country. The Nigerian leadership cannot articulate a revolutionary program that will take care of the educational sector. Cannot articulate a revolutionary program that will take over the labor sector, agricultural sector. Even we have oil, we have energy. As we speak, how many? It's only Dangote that is able to try to stabilize things, and Dangote is being fought with all the might. You know what I'm talking about. In order for the oil to even drop, the conservative arm of stealing, I use that word, the conservative arm of stealing in Nigeria, they are battling Dangote, for instance, because they want to keep on lining their pocket. So going to partnership, memorandum of understanding, agricultural this, even when you do it, and you don't have a leadership that will make it work.
So in other words, what you're saying is that since
there's no direction,
since we are postulating that the problem that Africa has seems to be similar.
It's similar
among the nations. So no matter the kind of...
You just said just now, William Ruto won the Royal presidential election.
Yeah.
And a popular guy. How did he win? It's extraordinary manipulative, calculations within the Kenya political system.
Now, no,
and that is what we have in Nigeria. I don't want to mention name. Somebody that is not popular, you want to have a second term. I don't want to mention name. Viewers know what I'm talking about. Nigerians are groaning. Nigeria cannot drive their cars.
But let us, because some of
most civil servants cannot pay their children's school fees. These are realities.
We know.
The salaries, the salary cannot take home salary cannot get anybody anywhere.
We know, but
people
let us not situate the problem as if they are just within the country alone. Because you talk about fuel. A lot of persons cannot buy fuel anymore in their cars.
They park their cars.
This is as occasioned as by the war between Iran, US, and all that. So it is not really a Nigerian issue as per se.
If there's frontal leadership, when I say frontal, the thing will not affect us like this. A leadership that is caring.
Alternative leaders.
Alternative leaders. We will put machinery in motion. We are sitting on the bottomless pit of energy in Nigeria. Revolutionary ideas. Okay. Donald Trump has gone to Tehran to perform some things, and it is eating everybody. Why can't a government do some of its own work? Okay, for instance, bring a national policy. Okay, henceforth, between us and let's do it that way. They have an agenda for the poor, agenda for the masses, cushion effect. It's so infuriating. It is sickening. I don't know the way I feel, because most leaders in Africa, they are not poor people. Now, if you have leaders like the leaders that have presented themselves in Niger, in Mali, in Burkina Faso, Africa will not be where we are.
Maybe in Rwanda.
Because Paul Kagame,
yeah.
The man is a doer of wonders, but he has his shortcomings. His human rights is zero.
Issues and all that.
Right,
but quickly, I wanted to speak on the issue that the president is also going to be in Rwanda. That's in Kigali now, whereby he's going to be meeting the Rwandan president. Now, because ordinarily the itinerary, I've been privileged to see the itinerary of this traveling. He's leaving from Abuja to France. From France, he will come to Nairobi, Kenya. Then from Nairobi, he will go to Kigali in Rwanda and back to Nigeria. So ordinarily, the 3-day summit, the 3-day business summit is supposed to be in Nairobi, in Kenya, Nairobi. So why going to Rwanda? What is happening in Rwanda? But even if that is the case, now little wonder when we have this kind of scenario. I mean, the scenario whereby African leaders have the opportunity to have a very robust relationship with other African leaders. Why don't they copy, the innovations that are seen in this country? I mean, we're talking about Rwanda today. Rwanda seems to be one of the most settled countries in Africa. So why can't our leaders in other parts of the continent copy what is right from others? I don't want to be specific here. I don't want to say a Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Let me quickly say something. Today I watched a clip where a Paul Kagame was addressing some business leaders. He said, what business do African leaders have in Western capitals? Paul Kagame said they don't have business in Europe, in America. Sit down and govern. And the man demonstrated that that system is working. The man sat down in Kigali, and a country that went to the abyss of uselessness. When I say uselessness,
the civil war.
The country died.
And they resurrected.
Rwanda died. But the man has built the country from the ashes of mess, gigantic mess. And that's what the man said in that clip. He's speaking from experience. He said, rule, lead, govern. You don't have to go to Paris. Just have our man in Aso Rock, we're going to Paris. Put your guys, put on your thinking cap. Bring economic policies that are pro people. Study countries that are making in Europe. Replicate such agenda. Norway, for instance, one of the safest countries in the world. Norway, all these Scandinavian countries. Norway has oil. The oil in Norway is not even as what we have in Nigeria. But there, if you hear about the reserves, how much they have saved, put away. But in Africa, in Nigeria, most of these capitals, most of these countries, what we have is leaders who are into gigantic stealing of public resources. Now, I don't want to mention names. Because when you steal, when you engage in gigantic corruption, the money meant for the Nigerian politicians are the highest paid. What special skill do Nigerian politicians have? They are the highest paid. Taking the chunk of our commonwealth. What qualifies them to take the chunk of our commonwealth? Because the manipulators are sent to power. What can the workers, the teacher, why do they take the chunk of our resources? These are facts. These are what other countries have done. Even in Europe, that made them a country or countries that our Nigerian people are running to. Why are people running to America? Why are people running to Canada and the rest? Because those countries, those leaders over the years, they have articulated fantastic program that takes care of the education, take care of employment, they have safety nets. If you don't have a job, there's social security. But Nigeria or most of the African countries, it's not a fall on you. You are on your own. That's what we have in Nigeria.
Now, one thing that we must also
Nigerian wages are not even living wages.
As we commence our descent,
ASU is threatening to strike. SANU is on strike.
We know.
Nothing has changed.
Let us quickly talk about this. Now, the idea of when African leaders they leave for most of this foreign trip, we see the retinue of ministers that they go with. Now,
that's what I call it wastages.
I don't want to. I have a list. If you know the amount of ministers that the president left with, leaving for France and all that, against the backdrop of Emmanuel Macron coming from France. If you compare the amount of aides, ministers that Emmanuel Macron came with to Nairobi, it's probably fewer.
Maybe 5 of them.
Now, let's let's talk about this. Is it not part of the problem that we're talking
It's
about?
part of the problem. Institutionalized wastages, financial recklessness, without remorse, a remorseless spending spree by public officers. It is crazy. It is unimaginable, and they don't want to change. Okay, what the economic policy is President Tinubu want to roll out in Kigali?
No,
that he has not rolled out in Nigeria in almost 4 years. When you remove first subsidy.
No, it's going to be discussing, telling African leaders, let us not rule that away.
African leaders that
yes, other leaders that are going to be at the summit. It's going to be telling them about investment opportunities. Oh yes, I mean there are investment opportunities in Nigeria. But so I mean we mustn't. There are. So it's going to be telling them.
What are the, for instance, security is an issue.
And that's a different problem anyway.
Security is an issue. Nigeria cannot. Because if you want to grow economically, your domestic realm must be at peace. It cannot be unlimited in Nigerian space. Somebody want to come and open, maybe expatriate and the rest. You want to come to an environment that is hostile. If you drive anyhow, if you don't go anywhere with the escort, you're on your own. Which investor want to come to that climate? Is our presidency addressing the issue of security? Is that the way to fight security? That a foreign power is not threatening us? Donald Trump is telling us.
It's part of it. No, which I
as I said, what has Macron? Has Macron addressed any press conference or any policy statement about Nigerian security?
Yes,
I've never heard it.
There was something I said a while ago that the major, one of the major talking points of
this
summit is
what partnership are you going to talk about when we cannot secure your environment?
Is the innovation, and of course the way AI is being used now in almost every facet of human life.
AI
is the recent.
They are looking for market in Africa.
Yeah, but let me quickly tell you.
It's African market.
Yeah,
AI is looking for.
No, which is
they have the market.
It's going to be parts of the summit because now at this summit. African leaders are now going to look at AI, as it were, artificial intelligence, from all its dimensions, all the advantages, of bringing up AI on board. I mean, AI, if only African leaders can really imbibe the use of AI, even in the fight of this insecurity we're talking about. I mean, we're talking about drones. Drones is part of artificial intelligence. You did not send somebody there. Just send the artificial intelligence there.
That is what has helped Iran
against
the mighty America, for instance.
So the point I'm trying to make here is that don't you think that at the end of the day, if African leaders are so now introduced into AI, perhaps, even if we are saying that there are investment opportunities in the continent, but these investment opportunities, they have their attendant problems, which are insecurity and all that. Now, these world leaders are going to look at it in the other way around. Okay, that there are problems, but let us bring in artificial intelligence in fighting this insecurity.
Okay, for instance, talking about Nigerian security now, why has Nigerian government, we have the resources to buy some of the best gadgets, talking of drones, why has they not invested heavily? Even the issue of kidnapping, there are gadgets that you will put in place. Once somebody is inside a forest, you will see the person. But because of maladministration, in fact, you need the money being budgeted for defense.
So those are some of those are some of the things that this summit will address.
When the summit will address it, for instance, and they now sign papers, bilateral agreement, and you come, the African leaders go to their respective.
But why don't we wait and see? I mean, it will be.
What are we going to see that we have not seen?
No, it will be.
I'm an expert in my field.
Yeah, I know.
Because we know the antecedent. We know. Okay. How did Soviet Union became a superpower? Let me quickly tell the viewers. How did Soviet Union become a superpower?
It was gradual. It was not.
What gradual?
It was not automatic. So Africa.
The Soviet leaders under Joseph Stalin, after the demise of Lenin, Joseph Stalin embarked what they call industrialization program. After the dropping of atomic bomb in Nagasaki and Hiroshima.
Yeah.
What was the name of that prime minister then? President something Gagaki or something. The guy started in conjunction with the United States a drug industrialization process. That's why Japan has come back.
Anyway,
you need to go to the spot where atomic bomb was dropped in Nagasaki. It has become a green land.
Yeah, we're going to.
It was to be in Nigeria. That will be like Mulwe.
We will leave the discussion here today because it is not good to preempt the situation.
I'm not optimistic because of what we have seen.
I know African leaders are going to take advantage of this summit because it's one of the first of its kind. And as a matter of fact, thank God that one of the superpowers is chairing this.
Superpower is after its own interest.
It's chairing this summit, so let's wait and see. Anyway, I want to say a very big thank you, Nowucha Egbutaku. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure, my brother.
It's always a delight to have you on our program. And also a very big thank you to our viewers that found time to watch the program today. We've been looking at the 2026 Africa France Summit. It started this morning, and we understand that African leaders are going to be taking turn to address their summit. Our president is going to be doing that too, and where he's going to be telling other African leaders and the world investment opportunities that abounds in Nigeria here. So until same time next week on this same program, African Discourse, my name is Evan Sunokogi. A very good afternoon to you.
ITV, certainly the best.
The Igwe Festival is the colorful and crowd-pulling festival in Benin Kingdom. The Igwe Festival is an annual event that is celebrated by all Benin, both at home and abroad, to mark the end of the Benin year and to usher in a new year with a renewed hope for peace and prosperity. The annual Ugie Festival is centered on the Oba of Benin as the Oba takes the center stage. This year's Ugie commences with Otuigwoba. The Oba, sitting at his throne, gives out kola nuts to chiefs in order of seniority.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program, Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body, which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain, which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.
RTV, certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this fitness show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of aerobics. Thank you as you watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool-down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Of course, this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright? Well, I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo! Alright, please. Woo! Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. Alright, so that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, when you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not body weight, but there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Leader for Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, the other leg, what time please? 3, 2, 1. This when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, but just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thanks very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, every workout should be done this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just suspend the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes for the hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. All right. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's lastly, yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Please just sit inside of it. Alright? Please don't stand on it. Keep that shape like this. And hold stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, otherwise called push-ups. We're doing push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed wrench and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the big open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? Why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1. I did 2 and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. For today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. For today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, ITV.
ITV, certainly the best.
Benin Cultural Dance, a unique dance and quality dance steps of the Benin people. This dance is a vibrant mix of traditions, arts and beliefs, deeply rooted in the country's diverse ethnic groups and their rich history. The dance has artistic expressions depicting the people's history. Benin people have been famous for bronze and brass work, some of which is said to date back from the 13th century, especially ivory and wood carving. In Benin, the people dance to show respect, honor, dignity, which they honor. They dance to show royalty, as natives are seen in their numbers around their body depicting the symbol of kingship.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
Thank you very much for joining us on the program Healthy Living. What is the kidney?
The kidney is an excretory organ in the body which is for metabolism.
Tuberculosis affects many organs in the body, but the common ones it usually affects is the lungs.
Epilepsy is a neurological problem.
Okay.
It is an injury in the brain which causes someone to begin to convulse, to go into fits.
It is curable, but the cure is a long-term thing.
If you eat well and avoid those risk factors that will make your immunity to be down, then the risk of contracting tuberculosis will be reduced.
If you're healthy, then you're wealthy.